the day. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on anyway.
You only say you love me when you're high. It's like we go through the same shit every night. Oh, I. You always swear that it's gonna change, but it never does. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything is shining on is gonna be good. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good.
How we doing? What's up, Miss Boss? You're the party peep. You led the party. You were over on... Man, team, you should have seen Miss Boss on Saturday night. You know, leading up to our hot dog eating contest I'd always like to have here at the Smith household. And, well, she broke the record. She broke the record, then went and shot off 14 fireworks all at the same time. I thought I knew how to party, but Miss Boss, she really knows how to party. Oh, man. How we doing, though, team? Everyone doing all right? Sky Chim, everyone have a good holiday 4th of July weekend. It was a nice little 3-day weekend. Plenty of food eaten by this guy over here. And Tim, what is your question? I thought you had a question. What was it? Love Chip, I don't have any shorts available. So yeah, exactly. You have to be patient. I like it there, boss. Exactly. Love it. Speaking of, I did this last week, actually, team. It was one of the lessons I did. Because for the longest time, I just want to kind of talk this over for a lot of traders. How to gain it and how to maintain it. But there's your patience, how to gaining and maintaining patience. So there is that lesson from last week. What has 9 arms and sucks? Besides an octopus, I don't know. How does an octopus have even 9 arms or tentacles? 9 arms and sucks. That's just my first guess. There's an octopus, but I don't know. What is it, Tim? Dr. Octagon? That's 8. Damn it. Josh, it says octopus 8. I'm wrong. What is it? What is it, Tim? It just hit me in the head that I'm wrong there with octopus. Unless it's a deformed octopus. Came with an extra arm there. Extra tentacle. But hopefully everyone had a good weekend. Did grill it up. Shot off some fireworks last night. It was fun, you know. Did the usual. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy here. Did a nice relaxing weekend overall. So what's up, Snizzinator? The Snizzinator. So I'm combining you with Sylvester Stallone, of course. You know, being your last name, but it's the Zone. So and then the Snizzinator. So now with Arnold Schwarzenegger. So the Snizzinator. He is combined with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone and make him one bad creature. Def Leppard. I'm taking us. Def Leppard. What Def Leppard? Def Leppard. Hold on, Def Leppard. Is that the answer to the question here, Tim? Is that the answer, Def Leppard? I'm taking off this afternoon and going to see... Okay, gotcha. What is 9? I'm lost there with that one. You gotta... I'm losing it here. Tim, why is this going over my head? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, gotcha. 9 arms because someone doesn't have an arm. I got you. There's 5 members of the band. See, it took me a second. I'll take this time to go see them. Man, that's awesome. And I thought maybe there for a minute the joke was that you didn't like them because they have 9 arms and so they suck. You're like, yeah, that's my joke to all of them that like Def Leppard. I can't stand them, so I say to all their fans, what has 9 arms and sucks? I love it. Okay, I got it now. Boom. Good. Have a good afternoon, Tim. Let's go. You're going to catch them in Motley Crue. Let's see here. Drummer has... Yeah, I remember that. No, I had to look it up, though. It took a second. I was like, I guess because there's 5 members in the band. It took a second. I had to look that up, team. And literally, hey, at least I wasn't completely out there. I got it before all, I was reading all your, comments. But yeah, I got that. I got it. What's up, J Trades? It was like a stock question, almost like, hey, you got to figure it out. What is he talking about here? I saw Crawford on your Instagram. I haven't heard his voice in a while. Does he do any radio? No, he died rocking TG. No, he doesn't actually. No, Dad was feeling bad for him, so Dad invited him to come over. He knew I was making a lot of food, so Dad invited him over, which he ate a lot of food. Since I made a lot of food, Crawford, yeah, no, I mean, not like the old school days. If you do remember, back the days where he was on my dad's radio show, where it was like, geez, my friend, how much are you going to demolish over there? Kind of his gimmick, really, I think, more so back in the day. Yep, he was doing no radio though. Yeah, he's still where he does. He got a good gig with one of the places in Conway. Not all clean. It's not all clean, but something clean. And they do all the cleaning. He's like their spoke. I forgot what he does for him. You know him. He's looking for cush gigs. Cush gigs where he does a lot, where he does the yapping and talking. I love how everyone calls him Crawford. I feel so bad because I always try to call him Danny Joe because I know that's what he wants to be called. He wants to go by Danny Joe, but man, everyone just calls him Crawford still. I do still a lot of the time. I always did as a kid. He kind of was my babysitter sometimes. My parents would be like, "Hey, we're gonna go have some fun. Hey, take care of my son, please." And sorry if you were hearing double there. I didn't know if anyone honestly didn't notice that or said anything. I thought someone was going to say something about the whole hearing double point being I was just using Dex live stream music. I was like, I'm going to have to pull up pretty much the same thing. I can pull up one of the, I could pull up one of the ones that I like a lot or the ones that I've kind of helped out on, but created essentially. I was just like, I'm going to see if anyone notices. I'm like, am I hearing the same thing twice? What's going on here? I was just using his stream music. Rockin' TJ, yeah, explains exactly. It was for Marriott for a while doing something. Of course, it was something for the War Memorial, and then it was something for Marriott, and then now it's some cleaning service. God, I forgot what it's called though. Gets to drive the company vehicle. I mean, if, you know what I mean. Gets to drive like the SG, puts all a ton of miles on the Tahoe or whatever that they have. You know him. Anyway, team, stock-wise related, FFIE, top stock to watch as of right now. There's really nothing else moving in the penny stock world. I was just really didn't see this moving today. What I did see a lot of most likely happening, we were getting anything, the typical spikes recently. I figured this much, but the tickers you guys were looking at earlier that were up for the day, I just didn't see a lot of movement. MTech, where's the other one? There's it at, finally winding its way down. All you guys probably short of this one. It's slowly, and that's what I saw a lot out of this. Even though these slower floats, which again, MTech, everyone's going, 4.5 mil float, juicy, here we go. It just nothing. It just sputters out of the gate. It's like Tesla puts out there, which again, I just go back to they put out that the truck that wasn't, just could not be beat. Whatever that truck is, and he threw, hit it with the hammer and the clack. Anyway, it was an unbreakable truck. Get my point. Tesla puts out a new car, and it's 0 to 60. It's the new electric car, and the 0 to 60 is the fastest ever by any sports. I say sports car, but any car ever. The fastest production. I heard how they would word it. Production vehicle ever. 1.3 0 to 60 in 1.3 seconds, and it comes out and does this. I'm like, whoa. 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds. What are we back in the 90s here? Get my point. So that's just what we've seen a lot of recently, where it looks like it's going to have good gas or good low float. It's got the news. Hey, it's Tesla. It's got a new electric battery that weighs like nothing too. So it's a super light car, goes super duper fast, and then does this. And we've just seen a lot of this recently. As you can see, I've had MTech. I'll go back to the 3-minute time frame on watch as my mid chart all day long. I'll go back to really just the SPY as the ticker to look at. On this mid right, maybe to form this W, which I did want to bring up. You do see this W taking shape here. 376.25-ish, 376.30 is where that top area of the W would be completed. So watch for that move to that area. Overall, we just need to hold this 375. So as you can tell, old resistance becomes new support up to that area, and we may be getting it right now. So watch for a move up to about 376.30 overall for that overall W completion. We get over that, could see a nice at least attempt for Green Day to start for the SPY. Any questions you want to go over as far as tickers stock related, let me know. Or if you have another joke that you want me to try to riddle off, you got a little riddle for me like Tim did. And Tim, before you left, darn it, I meant to ask you how everything's been going with the fiance and trading. Maybe you're still listening down there on that massive big screen. I'm glad I am so little, because I'd hate to see some of the pictures you would capture of me. Although I don't make my face nearly as big as Deck does sometimes, in the screenshots that you could really get of me on that massive. What I was wondering how not Dimpy, but Dimpy, what's up, Ayo? Ayo, how we doing, baby boy? Alex Vaughn, how is the trading with your apprentice? Is he listening during lunch? Because now sometimes I feel like I need to tidy it up a little bit over here. Queenie, I hear you're fine, baby girl. So, Alex, I called the other day. It shows as delivered, Alex. It shows as delivered. I call. It says delivered, but then it doesn't complete. Okay, so it shows as delivered, but when you go to the actual Walgreens, it says made. What would be the next one? Not delivered. Out for shipping, whatever, you know what I mean? It's out. It was, and that one's completed, but the bubble to fill for delivered wasn't full. But it shows the tracking and it was delivered. And I'm like, so I don't know if they have to finish it off there. I have no idea what to finish. And that was last week. I forgot what day that was. And it even says on there right above, it says, do not come until you get the confirmation email that it is delivered. And I'm like, well, damn. I was just reading that as I was calling the lady. So I was like, man, okay. So she still hasn't seen it. It's a surprise. She still has not gotten. She's not forgot about it, because I told her she has one last surprise, because I got her a few gifts last week or whenever that was. And that was the last one to come in. And man, I'm still waiting for it. CJ, what's up, baby boy? Yo, greetings from Savannah. Savannah. What's good? Slick wife at home with me. I love you guys. Oh, sick wife. I thought you said slick wife. I was like, ooh, the slick wife. She's over there banking while you're over there just watching her bank. But a sick wife at home with me today. Well, hello. Hello, sick wife. Hopefully you get to feeling better. Not that my voice is going to make you, maybe I'll talk a little bit like Morgan Freeman and you'll just be very happy. Man, that was my best off the shoot, Morgan Freeman. J-Trey, did you watch Man from Toronto yet? I don't think I have. Hold on. What is this one? Man from Toronto. Oh, no, I've not. Is that good? I have not seen that actually yet. Now, I forgot about this movie. Woody Harrelson and Kevin Hart. Now, the ratings aren't so great on this. Not so great on Rotten Tomatoes either. 25%. That is not a good one. What would you give it, J-Trades? Let me know your Rotten Tomatoes score. I've not seen that. I forgot about that because Kaylee, whatever, the girl from Big Bang Theory is in it. I'm pretty sure, right? If I'm not mistaken. Kaylee, Cuoco, however you say her last name. I'd say Kaylee Cutico. I think the other, what's Jasmine? There's another girl that's in this too. I forgot. I've seen her in a couple other things. She's cute though too. Kevin Hart's good looking, man. Woody Harrelson, it's like he's not a good looking guy, but boy, he could probably still pull the ladies. It was funny, boss. Okay, cool. I got to see that. Yeah. Kevin Hart's classic. Dude's hilarious as can be. I remember I forgot what movie I saw the other day. It was one forever ago when Kevin Hart first started. It was point being, I was like, wow, I forgot about this, and how Kevin Hart used to be kind of one of those filler funny guys. He was just kind of the guy in the background. Just was like, oh, that guy, yeah, he's kind of funny, but he's kind of like, what's his point in his role? We got close to this 276-15, 276-30-ish area. But yeah, then Woody's usually pretty good. You got to like Woody and most of the stuff. The longevity, you got to give that for Woodsters. And of course, then for the guys, besides the funniness, you get two cute girls. God, what have I seen her in? I got to look. The Jasmine girl. Jasmine Matthews. What have I seen her in? I know I've seen her in something. Maybe The Tomorrow, or I forgot what I've seen her in. Anyway, is Matt back this half? I don't know. I haven't seen. I guess he is Jofi. I think he was. I have not really kept up on the. I think that's why, because the traveling in the fourth makes sense. I haven't seen much from Matt in his videos, although I've just been demolishing food and shooting fireworks off. So Woody's Best with Cheers was good. I like Woody doing a lot of different stuff. I mean, White Man Can't Jump is classic. White Man Can't Jump classic. I even liked him in those zombie movies. Zombieland movies were pretty fun. I mean, he's done some pretty good stuff. Maury Fan Man, I always cried. Okay, there we go. Cool, I got to see it then. So that's what me and my wife are doing today. We're relaxing. We're eating leftovers. I mean, you should see how much I have left over, Tim. I'm whoever right now is in chat could come on over. And I'm telling you, I have enough food for all you guys. What's up, Fly on the Wall? But point being, we're relaxing. We still haven't finished off the latest, season 4, volume 2 of Stranger Things, or however they're wording it. But I haven't finished off the latest Stranger Things yet. So we're doing that tonight. That's a new one. Added to the list. Fly on the Wall, how we doing though? Awesome. Kieran's doing great. Just finally seeing that. Alex doing great. Nice. Nice to see everyone over here, though. I have to catch up on movies now. I haven't really been doing that much. What's up, Polly's Penny? So if you got any movies, drop them on me. The only big ones, of course, I always go see the big ones in theaters, like Top Gun. We're going to go see Thor, Love and Thunder. I already got tickets for that this last week. Always got to get middle row. Didn't like the last experience. We went to the IMAX. I'm going to give it one more go. One more go at our local IMAX. I'm going to put the light support in area here. But yeah, if you have any movies, like, I saw this was good. I saw this, it was not good. Don't see it. This 540-ish area, so you can see this upper shadow. You see this upper shadow. Go back to a woman at time frame team. This is going to build up a decent amount of support at this orange line. I will mark as light blue right now. So anywhere in this area, now it's coming down a little bit below it. Or I should say above it, so don't be surprised if this finally comes down and gets one last Jurassic pull closer to the VWAP. That's another reason why I'm going to go ahead and mark that in. It's at the VWAP area. Holds kind of that double whammy-ish area of support. Any other movers, let me know. I'm watching The Spy over here. Was watching Siga. Siga was decent at first today with a little bit of volume. LYT was another one I was watching from last week. If y'all do remember LYT from last week. Past Short History mover. Decent mover on Friday. I think on Friday it went from $4 to $7.40. The low was $4. The high was $7.40. So essentially, $4 or whatever it was technically. But, went from 4 to 7. It's a pretty good move. A $3+ move there on a Friday before we head into a 3-day weekend. Something you typically don't see, and really was only mover we had, I think, for the most part on Friday. I think it was on no news, a lot like FFIE is today, if I'm not mistaken. FFIE does have zero, nada, zilch news to it. Let's see, Sniz just bought my Thor tickets. Reviews are around 70. It's not bad. That's not bad. I forgot what the last one. I think the best one. I don't know. It seems those have gone down. I have to go back and see past ones too. I always do past art history. I'm really kind of sometimes those are on and sometimes those are off. Sometimes they're a little too high too. Like Top Gun being like 97. I'm like, geez, 90 whatever it was, and still maybe hold 96, 97. I'll give it like an 87 to 93. Come on, too much nostalgia playing in here. Come on, guys. Jack the Jason, what do we got here? It's the paper account. Okay, sorry, I just switched over. Because I went back over. Sorry, I was on Dex Lobby there for half a second. What's up with YMM? Let's look at it. I saw you just alert this a second ago, and there was no news you said. So we'll check out YMM. Yeah, I can just tell right now off of this weird volume early on in the day, doing some snake stuff, and then bammy whammy, all we had was just a ton of buying flying its way up. I don't think we halted, did we? Nope, don't think so there. I just watch out for that again. I know you want to short this guy, Chim. I would go in small just because of how this volume comes in. What's the float? Did we check that too? Just to verify and float checker what that float is overall on YMM. What? This has got to be a bigger float. There's no way if there's 3 different ones saying it's this big. Especially when you see the only thing that is different. That stands out to me is the outstanding shares. When you see 1 billion, you're going like, yeah, it's going to be a slow mover. If you have a billion outstanding. This 55.3 is very odd. Maybe that's a misprint. Maybe something happened there with TD. I don't know because they don't actually have their float. But everyone else, even if they don't have their float, that's a billion. That's what that reads as a billion. That reads as this number right here, essentially. So that's usually a big indicator that it shouldn't move like this with such low volume, to be quite on. Not that it moved a lot. It's only moved 40 cents, 50 cents, from that burst. But I look for a short, that bigger float underneath this 930 area. I'll even come over here and put it on the chart as well. YMM. 3-minute chart. Hadn't crossed back over on the bear side yet. 5-minute chart, we're still there, or we're almost there. It's at 930 area, essentially. And the 3-minute chart, we're still hovering right above it, about the 935 area. So, I'd look for these these two areas, the 3 and the 5, in those two. And if you want to have that 20 in there, remember we talked about that last week when I did this on Friday, which I'll put that link out here right now. Friday when I did part 1 of the Thanos crossover lesson. I did mention that in there, and I'll start using it maybe a little bit more on the bigger screens. But using that 20 in there, I used the 9 and the 20 in the past. It's like Matt using the 8 and the 20. We know with that 20, it's just double confirmation in the end. So that way, under the 20, it's going down most likely even more. It's even more of a better short. So I'll just be careful there. Watch for this. That's why add on to that, looking for the short, I'm sure, under this 930 area, especially you can see the shelf plus the Thanos crossover. And then thirdly, my last addition would be just go smaller share size. I wouldn't go big shares into this. I honestly would just be careful because you don't want to get squeezed, and you're looking, if you are trying to add in here above that area is my point, just be safe. Go smaller share size. Add in under 930. We know under 930 is where we're going to get juicy. CJ watched a newish movie last night. Nicolas Cage has been playing all kinds of movies lately, right? I was like, does he not have a deal with Netflix or whoever? I see these movies. I think it's Netflix. I've been seeing so many random movies. Plays himself in the movie. Can't go wrong with that. The unbearable weight of massive talent. That's hilarious. Nicolas Cage recently. All right, got to check that out. I'm going to have a laugh face at that. And then I got to have the bang bang. That's hilarious, though. Because the one I made my wife, well, not made her, but she sometimes can't, she has trouble going to sleep at night. So she, like when I'm passing out, like old man at say 10 o'clock, 10:30, she wanted to watch a movie. And I was like, So I told her about the Nicolas Cage one because I knew it's going to be darker, which would be good. It'd be, but, and darker because she likes that kind of dark, almost had a little bit of humor to it. But the Willy's, whatever, Willy, I won't say Willy Wonka's, but Willy's Playland or Willy's Wonderland, I think it's called. But that was like, man, because I watched that one time on a flight. I was like, oh, sure, what the heck? I've heard some good, decent things about this. It's not too bad. But I made her watch. I say made her, but she watched. And what's funny, I woke up right toward the end, like, I knew that you'd stick around to see exactly what the hell was going on in this movie. No, J Trades, I took the morning off, man. I was, just literally food coma recovery from yesterday. Just relaxing. Wife was she has to leave on Thursday to go to Tallahassee, which thank gosh she's actually getting rid of it, team. Yes, but she's picked up a couple more. She picked up the DFW stores, the Fort Worth stores, I should say. But she's finally getting rid of Tally, so she doesn't have to go to Tally anymore. So I fly to Tallahassee once a month, which there was only one store there. They picked up, bought out a bunch of stores recently, and as you can see, team FFIE, it's about to crack level 1 and go down maybe the next area about 515, 520. Bought out some stores, another regional's taken over, which is awesome, and it's in Florida. And here's this move overall, a little small W, if you. So we have this overall W, and then we have this little bitty baby W, completing our W shape overall for the day team for the Spy. No, we're just taking the day off with her. So point being, she's about to have her last trip to Tally, and so she'll be gone for a few days. And I was like, she's taking the day off, which she took off. She's taken off, the last couple of days. So it's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to enjoy this morning and relax. I haven't enjoyed a morning with her, and it seems like years. Definitely months for sure that I haven't had a morning and just relax, as in a weekday morning where we just relax together. There wasn't much I was seeing this morning. I was telling you guys to start off with. Only FFIE was the most, and it kind of reminds me of LYT. The movers from Friday, LYT, and I'll go back and show you guys this again. This is the one I was looking at this morning. They're just this is the only I was looking at, and it ended up being a decent move to start off with. There was something here in the end from LYT, but this was a mover from Friday, kind of the same thing we're seeing now today on FFIE. So kind of seeing the same thing with FFIE today, almost the same movement. Really not too much to start with, and then boom, goes the dynamite. That's another. Alex Vaughn, for whatever reason, I don't know why that came in my head over the weekend. Boom goes the dynamite. But every time I said it, I thought of you because I'm pretty sure that guy looks a lot like you. So Alex Vaughn, every time I said that this weekend, I immediately thought of you. And now Dimpy's probably gonna get his feelings hurt. Dimpy, we were loving each other. Let's see, Sniz saying it's too short. Going back to that with the Thor thing, yeah. So that's not bad though. I don't mind them when they're. That's fine. And I will if in the end. If that is the bad part of what those reviews were, or the why they didn't give it so high, that there should have been essentially they wanted more. It should have been longer. Now, that's a good thing, maybe. Hopefully, it's a good thing. As in, now maybe if they should have given stuff more time in the movie, I'll see when I see it. Or if it's one of those things where they should have made it longer, like, I wanted 20, 30 more minutes, then that's a good thing. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what the reviews were. But yeah, J Trades, what you trade today, baby boy? Did you trade anything, J Trades? Beautiful U-shaped team. That's why I brought up this with the Spy overall. This was the only thing I'm really seeing. So just go trade stocks with that. So whether it's SQQQ going down the drain, just a big tankarooski right here. So we're probably going to see TQQQ running right on up, So there's just an array of tickers and an array of prices that you can move over to. I can get rid of this line here. That was that indicator line. I'll go ahead and edit this real quickly. Yeah, I don't want to edit that. We'll just leave it out. I was like, it really didn't fluctuate through it too much today. But AMD, you can go to AMD. You can go to NVDA. You can look at that, how perfect that looks. They don't even change the chart almost right there. So whichever you want to trade as the SPY is ripping its way back up, you just go to your favorite one here and trade with the SPY, as the SPY is now seeing a new high of day, at least in market. Of course, pre-market, we tumbled from the 280 area. I doubt we see that today. Now, we could. That'd be a big move for the SPY. But so far, new high of day in market. I'll go back to maybe where we see a turnaround is going to be right here, team, back to pre-market. This area about 277.30-ish area, 277.30. Enskin, did the market hit the bottom, or do you think we drop again? To the moon. What if I just start saying that and just say, there's this idiot trader. Excuse me, team. His name's AK47. He's really good at alerting bounce plays. Like, you know, he comes... but, man, he says the SPY to the... He keeps saying SPY to the moon. SPY to the moon. Says we'll see 500 by the end of next year. 500 by the end of now. I'm just being goofy. Overall, with the SPY, we'll look at it on the big chart, and team, look how beautiful that's actually holding up right now. I'm telling you, that's what those key areas you look for. Sometimes it's the top, and sometimes it's the bottom, and sometimes it's both if they're far enough away for the bounce play opportunity right there. And so maybe sometimes even the middle. That's why I put that first little line in right there. But we know underneath that the true area is going to be, you know, at the bottom. But beautiful bounce off. Now, back to the SPY here, and a good question, Inskin. There's not this is a bad. There's not, like I said, that's not a bad question. Just being goofy with the, you know, me saying SPY to the moon. You know, I would say until, and I know that's a ways up. I wouldn't even go with this overall downtrend that we created kind of to start off with right here. If I can edit that, please. Thank you. Activate. Boy, I was watching something the other day. I think it was the Steve Harvey. Holy Spirit, activate. And he had a guest on there, and I was laughing. And then he started just like, hold on, you done brought what into this? That was just in my head. And so, there's activation lines. Okay, we'll keep that one in. Come on already. Okay, so we have 2 downtrend lines to get through. So, Enskin, there we go. Chimney crickets. So, let's get in here right here. And let's get in a little tighter now. So, I'll zoom back out. Just so you can really tell that there may be a little bit more to come. So, until we get, in my opinion, back above, and I'll even put this support resistance line in, which I have not yet. So we'll put this area in right here, and it really hit about perfectly earlier. So old resistance equals new, or old support equals new resistance, right? And so that's line number 1 and 2. Line number 3 is way up here over 400. That's a down. Now, of course, that's over time. Depends on how long we stay below 400. That downtrend line's gonna, you know, especially the more we stay under like the 390 mark, that downtrend line's gonna get under 400. And so we have moving average, which we haven't fully gotten back over and held. This is the only area you see that we did have a chance to kind of U-shape and get back out of this, which we all kind of had a feeling we were going to drop off out of this shelf that we were just channeling in for the longest time. I say longest time, you just don't see this complete sideways movement like a channel like that from the SPY for a week plus. Then the dumpola comes, you know, like my shelf crack. Here's a perfect shelf crack opportunity. And so getting back over, you know, all the way through the moving average. That was the only time we got above the 13. So getting back above the 13, the downtrend, the 387-ish, we'll just call it 387, 388 shelf. Then we're gonna get back above the 50. We have a lot. See, we got a lot to get back above, even on just pure movement alone. Just from saying technical standpoint, let alone what just happens in the everyday world and the SPY most likely and what's going on, you know, with our recession. Just technically wise, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 main resistance areas, and this is going to be the high area that I'm talking about. Now all the way to the top one. This is my mark. We get back over 420, done. No way we're going back below and seeing 360s. This ain't happening. We're just not going to, we're at that moment. Momentum's going to happen. We're back above a lot of what was once resistance. That's when momentum starts really kicking in. And then we know the true area, of course. We know, and that's when we can zoom back out a little bit. And I would say back over, you can tell this 420 mark. That's going to be real key for it. And when I think we start seeing, here it comes. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Well, to the north side. That's usually my south song. But to the north side. And then this red line. That red line's there for a reason. I mean, I can mark this as blue, and really it was blue at once. It's the support resistance line. And now, of course, is resistance. So let's just go ahead and get rid of that. So those would be your main lines to get back above, really to get to say we're done and out of this. So I think we see more of this before we see this. Just a long breakdown there for you. If that makes more sense than not, maybe not. Hopefully it makes a lot of sense and you're not going, what's going on here? Prince, yeah, I got a little in. Yeah, this right here. We'll see if this starts cracking away. That does have that little shelf crack that he's mentioning right there. Very low volume, but when that cracks, it really just looks like it's just going to go poof, 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 at least back to 80. I doubt it gets to 60 today, but I'm sure you guys would love that. Anyone looking for the short op, 100%. You know, 80's key, 80's goal. If you get back below 80, that really could start dropping back a little bit more. Watch for random lunch hour movers like this team that have maybe been matriculating throughout the day, close to high of day area like this was, and then pop goes the weasel when we get that little squeeze for the next little move up. This really doesn't have any resistance until we hit this, I would say 440-ish area. So 440, that's where the main resistance is for XLO. That sounds like a exotic. I say exotic, but kind of fancy. Boy, we're just racing right like a magnet to that 430-ish area, 435 area. You know, kind of like over the. Oh, boom, boom. There goes that. Look at this team, XLO for the squeeze. Now look to gather shorts. Not gonna probably be holding up for much longer right here. So watch for this to see a nice pullback here at the top here. That sounds like a nice, like a clothing line is what I'm talking about. You know, you're shopping with J-Lo. This is her clothing line, XLO. If you want it, it's going to cost you. Jay, let's see, no boss. Let's see. But yeah, exactly. It's all good. Yeah, see, same right there. I was enjoying the day. Well, the morning, really. Here with you guys again. I do have a session this afternoon. Got a little session this afternoon there with the trader. Let's see, is blue a good dip buy? Let's go back to boom. There you go, team. It happened so quickly, so hopefully you had your shorts out, ready to fire. You know, it's old, you know, the West, the wild shoot out there. You know, you're on the street. You got tumbleweeds tumbling over. And someone's in the background going, you know, whistling. And he sees you on. Oh, he runs back in and hides behind the wooden door. You get those shorts out and fire. You got to be quick. Look at Deck. Now, Deck's loving. Deck, everyone's going to be going Thanos crossover before you know it. Clutch. Let's go back to blue. Is it a good dip buy right now? Blue needs to needs to go to 5 and stay above VWAP. Jersey Girl. Okay, Jersey Girl's putting it to the T. Yeah, exactly. And that's it, right? Right there for you, Clutch. She's all over it. There is this trend line right here, beautifully, that we could see for the crack. To watch for that opportunity. Back down to say 480, I should say. Then to around this 480-ish mark, and 485, 490 is going to be your first two areas to look at, as you can tell on the way down there. Once we get below 480, this Mamma Jamma is going to probably see a Thanos crossover. You know, reckoning. You know, we're really close on the 5. We're really close on the 3, which I would probably keep this on the 3 or the 5 100%. And go to the 5, especially in the end here. Thinkorswim says, nah, nothing for you today, okay? It's the Wild West. You're talking about shootouts and stuff. And again, watch for these short-lived shorts. We're going to get another one of these when we get under this 480 mark. That's when we'll get another big, dramatic pullback here. We've seen a big push from the MACD here, or I should say big decline from the MACD. After this nice push, we have this huge decline. Now we're getting a nice leveling out moment. We could get one more bearish move down. Just keep your eye on that right now, as we've already gotten a little bullish here on the 3-minute time frame. And then what we do is go back to the 5-minute and go, whoo. If we can, don't cross over if we touch here, kind of like rejection. Look for this to reject here, essentially, and this to continue to decline more. This is a daily, and I can zoom in it. So Insky, and this top right one's the 1 year, 1 day, 5 year, you know, whatever. It's just the 1 day chart, essentially, the daily chart. The D stands for daily right there. 3 stands for 3 minute. You know, if I was in a 5 minute, it'd say 5. If Dex, whoever's in a 1, it'd say 1 right there. D stands for daily. So I can just literally scroll back here. Thanks, I forgot who told me this forever. I want to say it was Keith. Where's Keith been? God, Keith something in chat. Man. Just great. He was around for the longest time, but see how I can just scroll out, and I think it's the control button, and then I just use the mouse scroll thingy, whatever that's called. The mouse scroll I think that's what it's called, the mouse scroll thingy. And I can just kind of zoom in and out wherever you kind of think would be the best area to look at, essentially. Here comes the trend line crack. Again, 490-ish down about this 488-ish mark is going to be your first area. Then we're going to look for 482 down about 480 after that. Overall for the short. Get these a lot from Prince. Thank you again, boss. We'll always pop straight to these. LX, my bad. LX, RX. That does sound a little bit more like a stock. I think we've seen alert. I swear you alerted this about 2 weeks ago on one of these spiking days right here, hitting new high of day. I swear it was one of those days. It may have been more recent than that, Prince. I don't know. Maybe you remember how often you're looking at these, and that's a good thing too. The more you're doing this, you can keep your eye on them. And when they do, you know, then you're going to know how to trade them 100%. So LXRX, another nice mover. So we have LXRX, XLO, top 2 stocks that are moving now. FFIE getting a beautiful bounce too. So those would be the top 3 team. And look at the beautiful bounce so far off the blue line. So we have FFIE. We're going to put XLO on watch. And we'll also have, which again, that was a beautiful short, XLO. I'll just keep it on watch. But again, team, see what I was talking about? Get your shorts ready. Look at that. I did not see this pullback all the way down into the 3s. Woo-hoo-hoo. You know, someone got their AK actually out there and just went to town. They weren't in the Wild West with the, someone, you know, came to the like a pistol, little 6-shooter. And someone then pulled out a bigger gun. And they're like, oh no, not good. So some would keep on watch, but we're going to have all these other ones, team. So I'm going to try to do my best to let you guys know when we see these, just like I said a little bit ago, look for a short opportunity. I would not look to go long on most of these for the most part. Just be careful knowing that you could easily, if you do not get in at the right time while these are popping up and hitting, say, new high of day, you could get rejected hard in a hurry. Everything else that's on the top gainer board over here that I've went through already, I just don't see a lot of possibility for movement. Nothing I see really for the most part. We'll go to P or FFIE. Where now I'm thinking about pi. I was going to put PPIE in too. I want pi. I want some pi. I'll put LXRX on watch over here for myself. It was funny earlier too. God, what's his name now to go back up? I was like Kieran. Kieran? I think that's how it is. I don't know if I almost said Keegan, but Kieran, I think when Alex, when you said that, I was like, I forgot that I'd asked you that. And I was like, oh, who are you talking about? What trader in chat? Who's Kieran? I almost was going to put at Kieran. I was about to be looking up. That's soon to be had, I'm sure. Hopefully so. I'll keep blue on watch since you guys are watching blue as well. Oh, blue team. Here we go. Beautiful team. And I bet this got the rejection. I'll go back to. Beautiful. And see, this is what I'm seeing a lot more here as we move back up. And we look to kind of balance out there finally, you know, from big move up, big move down, as we can tell. Now a little sideways movement, and we'll come back up, and the indicator line, signal line rejects right here, and then we get this nice, like I was telling you guys. So look for this to get down to 480 overall if you did go short there for a nice, good cover area. Red Rooster, those would be the 3. So we kind of just went over those. You know, blue was moving a little bit earlier. I'll look at it since, you know, XLO is the most recent one. I'd say the most recent 2 would be XLO. It got a little volume pop out of nowhere. LXRX would be really overall the pop that did get a pop out of, you know, kind of nowhere again, but it has better maintaining its volume and movement up today. XLO, I just would be a little bit worried about it. FFIE is going to be your overall, in my opinion, top stock to watch. Moving a little more technically sound now, perfectly bouncing off of that area that I put in there. What was that area? Around 530-ish or so. Mark this as red as resistance. What was it? Around 535, 540 area off of these old upper shadows. There was enough there to really create essentially a shelf that I always talk about on the bottom side. That's the top side of it. And so you have 1, 2, 3 upper shadows right in there on the 3-minute time frame. That's really showing you that, hey, you know, that's probably going to be a good support area. And then it will really come down, and you can tell building up a lot of support there. That's it, though. Red Rooster, that's all I'm seeing. I have the SPY on watch 100% as well, as it had a nice U-shape. I talked about this actually when I started going live to kind of complete its day U-shape, which was back to this 376.30 area, and we got a nice good dollar pop from it. As you can tell, actually, when we broke above it right there, finally, boom, we got a nice little pop. So I was just watching the SPY, and again, going over that and watching any stocks, tickers, you know, whatever you want to call it, that move with that or against it. Jofi wasn't here at the beginning. What you trade? Yeah, nothing. Jofi, nothing today. Took the day off. That's why I alerted. You know, I don't know if you saw that earlier this morning, but yeah, my first alert to you guys, that's what it was, to say, hey, I'm taking the morning off. I'm going to relax, not see anything I like. If you guys have at it today, but be careful. There's not a lot I see, so I don't even think I may have said that, but, you know, I usually do. But yeah, nothing I saw. Taking the morning off. No trades. Did watch charts there for a minute, and I just want to, which I know I'll dive into it, you know, more, but watch charts here and there when I pop into the office and kind of that Thanos crossover. Didn't do any alerting, just was doing some more watching on my own, you know, with my own 2 eyes, just relaxing for the day though. Taking it really just another day off to relax my eyes and chill. That's what I mentioned earlier with my wife. Don't get too many weekdays that me and my wife are both. That never happens honestly anymore. Sky Champ watching Spy and Tesla. Nice, boss. XLO, for any of you that did gather shorts earlier, maybe before it started popping up and I was saying, hey, get some shorts. I'm telling you, don't forget what we've seen a lot of these. Watch for the shelf crack. So if we get this shelf back below the VWAP right here, team, we have some good crackability zone because there's nothing holding it up. This will crack right through this. Now, we may see a little bit of a 385-ish area. It tries to hold that. I think we see straight down to around 365, 370. You know, that's where I think we get back down to. Under this shelf right here. Watch for that for XLO. That is the one thing I did notice right there with that chart. Oh, and I did alert this earlier too. So the traders, because I just, I was meant to do it Saturday and I went straight into the 3-day weekend. Really Friday afternoon, honestly, knowing I was going to enjoy it as much as I could. Beginning of the month, not a lot. Last time to have one of these, the wife was actually around too to enjoy, which we kind of just planned her schedule for that with the pack and had some outdoor fun, even though it was swamping hot, like I talked about. But I didn't send off the emails, team. So all those, because SkyChamp just kind of reminded me. And SkyChamp, of course, being that you've had my number for a while now, baby boy. You can text me anytime you want to do yours. If you do want to do yours, my boss, man, since you did win a free one, I would not, team, be careful. RBC in one of those things when it pops out of nowhere, look too short. This just did get $1 pop, though, team. RBC in, so I'll, of course, look to be shorting. But I will send those emails out later with my schedule calendar, let you know, hey, here's when I'm available. So the giveaway from last week, Sniz, I think I got your number too, maybe, or your email, whatever. I think I got your number actually finally. I can't believe I didn't get it at the seminar. But I'll text you, I'll email you whatever information I got, send you my list information of when you want to, essentially, you can plan your own. I'll show you what's available, and you let me know when you want to do it, and I will book it in, and your free session is done. All you do is, or what you'll get, and I'll verify afterward that you get an email. Make sure you get the email link and be looking for it to be like something generic, like Wix meetings or something. I don't know. I forgot what they look like. Forgot. It's weird, titled different. Some people are like, I didn't get it. I'm like, oh, you got it. You probably just either deleted it or just didn't realize you got it and maybe saved it or whatever. But yeah, it's titled something weird. It doesn't say AK47 live session. I am looking in though to get those customized, so that way when you do get those links, it'll actually not just be some weird random hey, because my website's done through Wix. Cool. Yeah, whenever you want, SkyChamp, whenever you want, I'm here for you. And again, anyone else that got did the give, like Geek Bomb, I think, because another Always Win, I forgot who all the ones, Young Commerciante, I forgot the different ones that all won the giveaways last, because I did 3 on Thursday, 3 on Friday. I will email later today and let you know, hey, I didn't forget about you. And I'm still doing the July 4th sale. I just extended it for one more day, team. So if you do want to come over and get into those live sessions with me, I did, again, give, whoops, that's the Thanos crossover. Come on, AK47. Come on, what are you doing? But I will do one more day of this, team. So sometime probably tomorrow. I'll probably forget even later today. Philip, yeah, I was like, I forgot who all won, but Philip, yep. But I'm still doing July 4th sale. So keeping that going through the rest of this weekend, team, into today. And now, of course, I'll let it go through probably, the next 24 hours or so. Like most sales say, oh, we're extending it for one more day. I was like, I forgot about it this morning. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just let it go for one more day and do one of those. I'll extend it for 24 more hours. So if you do want to go over there, rates won't be this low again until Black Friday later this year. So if you want to book those, go over to my website and book those. I'll put that out there in just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Volsi. And I almost said if someone has booked with me and they have it, let me know what it looks like so that everyone knows what to look for. Thank you, Pastor Volsi. So yeah, I'll say, well, at least it says Prime Financial. Really main mover right now. LXRX, I'm looking at that a little bit. It's slow volume as it's declining back down. Really almost like, not that it's moving with the SPY, but really doing what the SPY is doing right now. FFIE, FIFI. I would say this is the top mover as of right now in the penny stock world. If you're looking at any movers, it's going to be FFIE as your top penny stock mover team. BE, a beautiful bounce off our blue line here. Blue and the VWAP, right? So we have the old resistance equals new support plus the VWAP is there. Prime lesson. I've went over this and I'll show you. I mean, well, it'll really will show you how old these videos are. Some of them, at least when I did them. Let's go back to this. Man, I wish I would have done. I don't think this is the first time I did it. Oh, I did get an email though. Back from, and here you go. See, here's the. This is one of my first lessons. I did this forever ago. I guess the first time I actually recorded it was on February of last year. Look at this though, team. I literally just fast forward real quickly, and this was the perfect example though, right? Old resistance becomes new support. Then we get the VWAP there, so you can just extend this green line, right? So beautiful bounce play, just like we just saw from Fifey. I will put that in chat. I can read mine. I can't just. Pastor, I love it. And so here is bounce. And to me, they're the same. Bounce and dip. Bounce, dip by lesson. And there you go, team. Here is this lesson as well. And this is my bread and butter probably for the first 2 years of stock trading. I'd say 85%, 95% of my trades, I wish I could have gone back. I probably still can, honestly, find all my trades from Thinkorswim. It's not like I was all over the place. I was just at Thinkorswim. But 85 to 95% of my plays were bounce plays, team. That was it. That's all I really knew and was really good at and comfortable with, And then again, the market was a little bit hotter. There was times, of course, that's going to be slower out. Some days I didn't trade. I was like, hey, there's nothing overall that's hot enough for me. I only have, 3 trades. Then eventually when I got 2 accounts, when I had 6 trades overall in, 5-day period. So I knew I only had really 1 a day, sometimes 2 a day I would use. I want to kill those 2 trades. And so it was about maximizing those. And some days those opportunities I didn't think would be there. And so I just didn't feel comfortable trading that day, and I didn't. But that's where the trades came from. That's where they came from. Those bounce play opportunities, team, they're money. They are seriously, they're money, money, money. That's where a lot of mine come from, that alerts that I come, that you've seen in chat. I know maybe a lot of you are maybe a little bit newer. I mean, but 3-4 years ago, those were all my alerts. Even right now, up until recently, a year ago, 2 years ago. I mean, that's where you go watch that lesson, team. And that's my bread and butter. Still is where I get a lot of my trades. I forgot last week doing those live trading sessions, about 3 or 4 bounce long play opportunities that worked out perfectly from just that lesson, right? Essentially what I'm doing in that lesson. And real quickly, I wonder, because I know he posted this earlier, and he's probably going live right now, so maybe he's put the link out there. I don't know, maybe he didn't. No, he's going over. There we go. Yeah, here we go. The link for Active Trader, team, if you would, geez, I can only imagine this right here. So this is Active Traders, and of course over here, so I'll just have to do this. Active Trader Go Fund link for Housefire. So yeah, if you want to contribute, I don't care if it's $1, $5, whatever you can, that. But yeah, that's, I don't know if y'all heard the story though. I remember him talking about it on, I guess it was Friday, him talking about this, or whenever it was. I think it was Friday he was talking about it. And put that out there. Not the GoFundMe link, but just told me, they talked about it in chat, how that just happened. Like, holy what? So yeah, house fire, I don't know exactly what happened there, but yeah, 6 animals lost in it overall. So I can't even imagine, like, something. I always have this really, and I have turned like fans off before we leave the house, and try not to leave anything running, or anything that I think will, could cause a fire or get real hot. But when I leave the house, team, they'll think about that with, our animals. Just like, my gosh, I could not imagine something like that happening. I would literally just be... Nice resistance here from the SPY. Boop, pop that back down. You can see right here, team, upper VWAP band. Love, love, love it. Love using that. I know some traders use that quite often now if they can. But you can just tell, it's definitely a good indicator, especially when you see this, of how... You're going to get correction is my point. You don't ever get just pound the VWAP, pound the lower VWAP. Pound. Same here, you just can't continue to where you finally get level out moment, right? And you get return back up. When you start seeing, as I've always said, you need to see the lower band move to the right. Completely to the right. Not for like a minute, like 5, 10, at least. If not 15, 20, that's when you start seeing movement up. when you see movement up is when you get this lower VWAP band finally starting to correct itself. And same thing for the top side. If you want to move up, you're going to have this upper VWAP band start moving up. And the only way that happens is, you'll start seeing some strength in. This starts moving in when you start seeing a lot of buying. Noticeably, when it's not as strong, and you probably will get rejections when we don't move up. We're fighting this for a good 10 plus minutes and we have no movement. Usually what we get, what? Rejection. Here, right off the bat, we're not really pounding in the lower VWAP band, technically. But look how it shows we have more room to move down as this just completely collapses. The floor just collapses underneath it, essentially, giving it more clearance to go down a little bit more. You're not getting that right here. Questions, comments, concerns, team? Anything you want to go over? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to talk about? Any new movie that I needed to go see besides Nicolas Cage one? I'll just look up Nicolas Cage. I forgot the name of that one. God, I forgot the name of the J-Trades one. I'll look up as Kevin Hart, Woody Harrelson later. I'll remember that. So I got 2 new movies to kind of put on watch. Anything else, team? Anything other shows to watch? Although let's not do that if they're episodic. Oh my gosh, next thing you know, I'm 2 in, and then I want to watch all 12 of them if it's good enough. My wife will put on these like documentary whatever, and it's like a mini series where I say it's episodes, and then like you can cram all this stuff. And it was funny. I saw Conan O'Brien was getting interviewed. I forgot by who, but broke it down. I think it may have been, I don't know if it was Rogan, but it was broken down beautifully. Like we have these like essentially that where you have it'll have 10 episodes, however many episodes that could easily be broken down to. Maybe at most just over 2 hour solid doc. Instead, it's like episode 3 starts out with, now we'll go to the little town of Jethro. And the sheriff of Jethro, well, his name is... And then you just get to start knowing the sheriff, who had very little probably to do with what's going on in this. But hell, he had this small part of what happened. So let's really get to know Jethro, then what Jethro thought. And then his aunt and uncle, and whether they're cooking fried eggs today. And we're just a shot of someone cooking some fried eggs. And you got a raccoon walking around in the background. We're going, where did we dive off? Who took the wrong path? It's just like, those are the ones I can't stand. Yeah, Sniz, I'm not a big Avatar guy. Me and my wife aren't into Avatar. But yeah, I was like, that's a big one coming up. Just I wasn't big into Avatar. I know some people were. I didn't like many of the actors, and I'm not a big, Sigourney Weaver's all right, but anyway, I wasn't big into Avatar. Some are, though. Some people love it. I don't know if it's going to be as good as... We'll see. The first one just made so much money. I'll be interested to see how much money this one... That's the only thing I'll be interested in. To see how many people return for this one. Argue the most overrated movie of all time. There's Sniz. That's, yeah. Tell you, to each their own. To each their own. I think it was just like yesterday with Dimpy. We were talking about Think or Swim. I forgot... What he brought up was, that's just why Think or Swim's free. So I love Think or Swim, of course. So it's free. You get free charting, which is great. I love the charting, but then you get free trades with it. You get to go long and short sometimes for free. Yeah, Dimpy wasn't seeing Dimpy's eye really catching his eye. I was like, hey, exactly. I was like, hey, I don't care if you. He was already. I was laughing. I was like, I don't care if you use Robinhood, and you trade 4x on Robinhood, and you're successful, or whatever I said. I was like, if that's your thing, that fits your eye. To you, that's why. Whatever, man. I'm not gonna sit here and try to tell you you're. You like Avatar, you're an idiot. You're just an idiot, dude. You like these little fake body things, whatever they are, flying these blue animal people, whatever. I don't even know what's going on. D-Starly potential shelf crack on Siga. Siga's slower mover today. I would say Siga really what happened here to start off with, and you want the shelf to crack afterward is what happened. I'm sure you've noticed that, D-Starly, we had this trend to crack right here. And it's arguably could go down, the right here, go back now, that's a word I'm going to start using all of a sudden now that I just saw arguably. You could argue where you want to put this trend line in, but you can tell we've cracked that trend line now technically 100%. And yes, 100%, we do have this shelf right here. Now, team, I have not looked at SIGA today. We can tell the last time I did, these were support lines, and this was the resistance. Back in that same chart as today, but these are what? Look at this though. This was resistance. How perfect is this, team? Haven't even looked at this today, and this ran perfect as resistance and perfect as support. And I haven't even looked at it today. That's why I always say put your lines in and trade. I always would do this on Think or Swim. Just leave my lines in, come back days later, weeks later, years later sometime. Like, man, I looked at this since last year. What? That still hit perfectly? Sometimes shocking, team. Nice eye there. If you're looking for D. Sarley's shelf, it is right here at 1230, team. 1230 down to 1210. would be the short opportunity. Now below 1210, this goes down even further. Blue. Look at the trend line shelf. The trend line cracked perfect. Now the shelf under 480, even more so. Any of you caught this earlier? What we talked about. Really caught two shorts to start off with, team, that were perfect. XLO was the first one, and really long. I did call a good long here. Say watch for this to pop to 425, 435, or whatever it was, and it shot right through that. But the short, I was saying, hey, you know anything above that, they're just reeking of a short, which we're getting close to cracking this shelf too, team. And then, of course, the other great short, which I say great, a little bit slower mover, was from the Blue Daddy. Now that song is going to be in my head. Blue, speaking of, he's got a blue mug. He drinks out of blue water. PPR, yeah, there was back to the pie. I want the pie so bad, team. I almost got it. Was just too hot. I may get one now, though, team. I'm thinking we'll go get one today when we're done. I didn't get it. I didn't do dessert, you know, and I did want to make an apple pie. It's just too hot. I usually make that later in the year, sometimes in the spring for Easter. I may go get an apple pie. From my local bakery. I'm not making one. I'm going to cheat. But what I want, now speaking of blue, I think of Bluebell ice cream. Bluebell makes some pretty good homemade ice cream. Homemade vanilla is what it's called. But I may make some homemade ice cream. I need to get a homemade ice cream. I don't know if anyone make any homemade ice cream. Any tips for me? I've never made homemade ice cream. I'm looking to get maybe one of those today to make your own homemade ice cream. Has anyone made homemade ice cream before? Any tips before I go diving into, hopefully I'll find me. You can just tell this lady, you know, I'm going to find me a good looking woman. Nice hips on her. She eats a lot of this ice cream, and I know she eating this ice cream every day, and she's making me I'm starting to salivate now, thinking that she's licking the spoon. So you've got to try this ice cream, honey. You know she's going to be she may be a northern lady, but I'm seeing a southern lady right now, team. I'm seeing a nice, good southern lady. She can make some good ice cream. Bed Bath Beyond, perfect little ice cream maker. Seen those. Use heavy whip. Okay, use heavy whip. And thank you. Come on. Anyone else? Any ladies in chat making it? And all the ladies like, I ain't making no homemade ice cream. All the husbands are. I love homemade ice cream, team. The homemade stuff. It's so good. I make mine at Kroger. Rocket Tea. Does that mean you're just buying a carton? Which I wouldn't mind getting a Bluebell and just buying a carton. But I'm thinking about going Bed Bath and Beyond. I think they have one at Walmart. And I've been wanting to do homemade ice cream for the longest time and get one of those little makers. So I've not made fresh homemade ice cream in a minute. Rockin' TJ like that. I make mine at Kroger. So use heavy whipping cream. I'll remember that. Use heavy whipping cream. Thank you, AA Rhyme. Man, that just sounds so good. I remember my friend, of course, I've had the one with snow before. My friend used to have one, they had a rainwater thing. They'd collect rainwater because it was filtered or something. Something that came off their house and would go into this big bucket. And their mom would make homemade ice cream all the time. And I'll never forget this one time I was storming in the summer, and me and my friend, his name was Jeff, he lived down the street. I was like, oh my, we were both like, dude, we're about to have some homemade ice cream. We were just sitting there just watching her make it after it rained. It was so awesome. You won't regret so many options. Well, awesome. Well, I am done. So I guess you can add flavoring to that, Rockin' TJ. I don't know if Rockin' TJ, but Aaron, y'all can you add flavoring like chocolate, or if you don't just want the vanilla, you can do can you add, I'm guessing, flavoring to that? I'm thinking you just use maybe chocolate syrup or something. I don't know. Maybe you could use, I don't know. It's so simple. I just add a few ingredients: heavy whipping cream, condensed milk, vanilla, a bit of salt. I have added evaporated milk. If you have a mixture, you need nothing else. Oh, if you have a mixture, you need nothing else? Okay. So that's all it's really doing. Oh, okay. So hold on real quickly, team. My wife, since I'm not a big baker. I'm not big into that. I always say that my wife's she's more the baker. She does what am I trying to say? Desserts. She has one of those super nice, what are they called, team? The really nice ones that you just put the bowl underneath it and you just put the lever down. I'm sorry, I'm the worst. I know I'm the guy when it comes to, I'm not a baker. Stand mixer is a must. Yeah, right. So I forgot one of those really nice ones, though. I mean, the colored ones where they come in green, yellow, blue, orange. We got a cool black one. It's matte black, so it's really, I like the matte. I picked out the color of it. So sweet. Fresh fruit, too. Kroger has all kinds of flavors. Dang, I did not know that, Rockin' TJ, that Kroger did that. Awesome. Stay simple, make vanilla, then add Oreos later. Aaron, I like that too. KitchenAid, yeah, KitchenAid. Yeah, the KitchenAid, thank you. Man, y'all are awesome. Thank you. See, boom. Team. Making some homemade ice. Thanks to you guys. Pastor Volsi, Aaron, any else? Everyone, though. Aaron, awesome. Pastor Volsi, awesome. Rockin' TJ, fresh fruit, man. I will keep it simple at first. I will do Aaron. That is literally all I'm doing. If whatever ingredients I don't have, which I need, I'm going to go ahead and take a picture. I'm guessing everyone agrees with Pastor Volsi right there and saying that's pretty much all we need for ingredients. And then, of course, just how much to put in there, which I'll Google. Don't worry. I'll look up. I'll find the recipe and see how much I need to put in there. But, man, that's it. And then, because we have the mixer, then I don't need one then. That's awesome. So if I don't need one, so y'all are saying for sure, Pastor Volsi, Will I Am, could you even concur? And say, yeah, what's the point of getting something else that's just going to stir it around when you already have something that stirs it around? If I don't really need the homemade ice cream, then that's all it really is doing. It's like a stand, essentially, is doing the same thing. Just in maybe a different form. It's doing it like down here instead of up here. Done. I'm done. I mean, there's no point. That thing costs like $300 or whatever it costs. Done. I'm making homemade ice cream tonight, team. Boom. Maybe get my apple pie. It may just be homemade ice cream and Oreos. That is gonna be my pie. All right, so there's your food session for the day, team. Thank you. We want to see you eating live in the morning. All right, done. Rockin' TJ, y'all can have done. You know what? Y'all want some for the morning? I'll get some blueberries, kind of like, and that'd be a good thing. Kind of like Will I Am said, I'll put some fresh, make it a little parfait-ish almost. Put some fresh fruit in that tomorrow. Some blueberries, maybe some raspberries. Make some raspberry steam. I'm down with that. A little bit of a trend line crack that could be happening right here, team. You do see a little bit of a trend line right in here. If you do see so myself, let me get this in. And it could be cracking soon, very soon. So keep your eye on this trend line right here, team. I'll zoom in a little bit so we can see it a little bit better here for FFIE. Prince, it's what I do. Tim brings it up all the time. He's like, man, I swear every time. He's like, and I forgot one day. I forgot who it was. Maybe it was Geek. I think it was Geek Ball. Like, I'm going to go get food right now before AK starts going live. He always talks about food, and I get hungry every time. Rockin' TJ done. I will definitely show you guys in the morning what we created. As much as you want, if you do a 1-1 ratio, man, awesome, queen. Awesome. So as much as you want, if you do a 1-1 ratio, man, look at Pastor Volsi over here cooking for me. Pastor Volsi. I didn't know you had it in you. I never would have thought seeing that face. That was the face of a beautiful chef and cooker. Beautiful, man. I don't use measure. I'm an eyeball cooker too, though, man. I usually do eyeball cooker. Yeah, Alex all over it. Don't force him. That's why I'm talking about ice cream and getting guys like Prince and everyone else hungry. So thank you, Pastor Volsi, big time as well. AA Ron, you guys are amazing. Same with you, Will I Am. Thank you for the knowledge there. Now I know I can just use that. I was gonna say my mom. I can't wait to see. I'm like, guess what I'm using this for? And then even Avery, when I tell my wife later, because my mom will always love senator stuff. Love my mom. Kind of a mama's boy, not a full mama's boy, but I just like I'm her only son, so I'm just like how those God's gift to earth could probably hardly do no wrong. XLO going down a little bit more. My wife too. I'm gonna come back with the ingredients. She's like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "I'm about to make. You're gonna see. You can't wait for you to see what I'm about to make right here." Because, yeah, at first, I'm not even thinking that's what it's going to be, You're like, what's he doing with heavy cream and vanilla and, huh? Cannot wait. LXRX, keep this on watch as well, team. LXRX, you can see this is starting to crack a little bit more cracky a little bit here. I'd keep FFI on watch for that trend line crack, which is now happening under this 575, 580 mark. This will crack down a little bit more, team, and LXRX would be the number 2, in my opinion, stock to watch. For any sort of movement. XLO, it's slow. You can get that short out, possibly, team. It's just going to be slower. Wait for and what you're probably going to get is you're going to need to be in this already, as we kind of gotten below it. So a good entry would be around anywhere around 390 or above, and then you're going to get a big woof out of nowhere. I guarantee you a bunch of stop losses are going to hit a boom, and then it's down into, say, the 380s or below area. I should say low 380s or below area. Top stocks to watch would be LXRX, FFIE would be the top 2 I would be looking for. Blue, I said a lock up at that 480 mark. You can tell still trying to hold that 480 mark. LXRX, new high of day, 268, new high of day. FFIE pulling back from that $6 touch. Since we do have 2 movers right now, at least in the penny world, I will go over to FFIE as a number 2 watch down here. LXRX number 2 or number 1. And I agree with you, Alex. I just now saw you said this. My backup pastoring things doesn't work out. Stock trading. So let's see. A backup of the. Oh, okay, gotcha. Pastor Volsi, you should be coming in. You'll do so tomorrow. Pastor Volsi, you can come in. I will. We can. You can help me not only talk about stocks, and also how we made some homemade ice cream. But then you can practice in front of us tomorrow. I say practice, but boy, I'm sure you're killing it. Love to hear you talk. I'm not seeing anything really moving, team. Those would be the top two. I'll just move it over to this. MTech has this overall downtrend. Wherever you want to put it in at up top, right? You can put this in multiple areas. You could. It's breaking that downtrend. I think that's where you're getting the most part, and the main reason why you're getting any movement up here is because we are breaking that downtrend. FFIE, any of you guys that did have shorts, BEA, beautiful short right here. Trend, let's see how I brought that up and said, be aware of this right here coming up soon. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful trend line, right? LXRX, another reason why this one's up on the list there. 275, another new high of day shot right there as I moved over. Two stocks doing complete opposite movements. FFIE, I mean, we're talking, already right now, that's a 40-cent trend line crack short already in about, 2, 3, 4 minutes there, if not more than that. And now LXRX, nice little pop here. Nice move down from LXRX, for FFIE. Any questions, team? Any comments, concerns? Anything you want to go over last hour of commentary here? Rolling down. Am I really going to hand the baton off over back to living life? I haven't seen Maddie, it seems like forever. Hopefully he enjoyed his vacation. I'll have to just stop in for 2 seconds before I have a session this afternoon too as well, team. So before I dive into that, I'll come over to Matt's lobby and welcome him back. Beautiful short so far from FFIE back down to this 550 area, team. If you are in short, you took the short there, VWAP-ish area to where we're at now, 550, lock that up. That was BEA. Beautiful from FFIE. That mini little trend line right there, that mini shelf, that mini area, I should say shelf, but that mini trend line, those mini areas of micro. We have these micro, and that's why that's probably the next lesson I will do is micro versus macro. And finding these little small areas that get built in right here. This is a micro trend line. So a micro trend up with a micro trend reversal back down. These are just small areas and just small reversals you're going to see. The true trend reversal, the full backside of the move of this, we can all tell, and I think and agree, under this VWAP, usually when we get the backside move, the overall bigger backside move, and under this little shelf right here, our bounce area from earlier, that's where we just shorted this back down to. It's kind of the area we look to get back down to. That's when we really start getting more bearish. New high of day again, LXRX, nice pop to 282. There's Living Like Maddie's here. Living like Matt, I just was living like Matt, and then I was over in Barcelona. I took a trip to Tokyo, then went to Singapore. Then I found myself in Iraq. Well, I left Iraq real quick, went to Boston, said I gotta get back to the States. And nice to have you back though, baby boy. Matt, and there's Matt's every day. So Matt goes live pretty much. I'll always just hand. So it's Dex live, then I'm live, and then as soon as I get I'm done, he's going live. So these are perfect little handoffs from one to the other. BKU, do you think next shelf for FFIE is 540 again? Let's go back on a bigger chart so you can see this. FFIE on a bigger chart. Yeah, so right, yes, exactly, from earlier, right? So this area from earlier that we put in for the bounce play came down perfectly, rested off of it, where we're kind of shorting it back down to. That's the next area for the short. We know that's what I said when we're getting back to that next area, and this really starts becoming a good short. And then I'll come over here for FFIE, put this on, see on the 5 minute, we definitely are on the 3 minute, and then the 5 minute, we have become, we're just maintaining bearishness. Just like I talked about earlier, a beautiful Thanos crossover here. This one getting in at least a 3, if not a 5 minute time frame for FFIE. Right here, and when the crossover started happening, right? So right here, when we initially start cracking this initial shelf that we talked about earlier, and start making our movement down, we're now bearish on the MACD, and we are now back under again. You can tell under the 9. So if we get back under this area, it's gonna just start. It's going to start raining cats and dogs out here, but it's going to start getting pretty nasty for FFIE, and it's going to have probably another little sharp movement down, in my opinion, under that 540 area, probably back down to possibly that 5 dis right here, exactly, about probably right on this 515-ish area. Overall, in the end, really, this is going to be big time inside, I would imagine, and a magnet once we get under 540. This is going to be a magnet. $5. Big time. This low area, too, where we bounced from earlier and held, and once we came above it, it's going to be like a magnet. You'll watch it. You'll watch. You just watch, mister. 1M here with a spike out of nowhere. Do we have any news right now, team? Any news on 1M considering options to over? Let's see. Oh, okay. We do have after takeover. Oh, takeover interest. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh. Boy, we've seen a lot of those. You know, I think it's like on what's the alpha seeking? I forgot, not seeking alpha. That what the website, the link, you know, that we always get those from first. I don't think this is even showing on News Filter. 1M. So no, I'm not seeing anything new on it right off the bat. So if you do have that or have the link to, I forgot what that other website that you guys use. So 1M moving up here really sharply, team, and if that's Prince, if that's what you're talking about, considering options, I guess supposedly if there's takeover interest, I don't know. Again, if you get the link for that seeking, I forgot what that is. It in here? I think yes, it is. I thought it was seeking alpha. And there's nothing I see on there either, too, from Seeking Alpha. So I just want to make sure there's nothing on 1M that I see news-wise, unless someone has a link to it. Don't see any news on News Filter. Don't see news on Seeking Alpha. So as this pops up, team, go back to past chart history. We are right now running right into the resistance area that we just ran into, I would say about a little over a week ago, just out a week ago, right around this 950 area. If we open, close above this, coming out of this halt, another thing I love doing here in these halt ups, is pulling up the trade zero, because boy oh boy oh, the trade zero pro level 2 is quite ridiculously good at finding the unhalt area or getting really close to it. So let me get in, got that, into this, all right, and we'll go to 1M. So right now this is showing, at least as of right now, and this is usually pretty money, team, I promise you that, this 940 area is where this is looking to open up. Now, we'll see if this holds true. We'll keep the level 2 on watch 100%. I don't think anyone's really going to be watching the level or the mid-candle breakout. So we'll keep this 1M and the level 2 right down here and see where we open up at. Right now, it's showing 940. If that's the case, could be getting the short already on. We explode over this area, that 940 mark. You can tell that resistance area, 945, 950. That's when we see, like Alex Vaughn's talking about, to that next level up, to a move to 10, where we can see a lot of what was once support at this 985 area, a little bit higher, just above 10. So this is going to be the main consolidation area that we'd be moving to next, team, for your move up. So I'll come in over here, put our resistance areas in just to see where they are and what I'm looking at. So there's area number 1, area number 2, area number 3. Somewhere right around through there. Now, you can adjust this one a little higher if you want to. I'm fine with that. But somewhere around 1055 up to about 1075 is where you're going to want to have the resistance for that next level up. I'll just keep it right around 1060-ish, 1060, whatever. Somewhere in there is good. But the first area you're going to look for, as you can tell, anywhere from this 9, you can tell, I'm going to move it down a little bit, 990-ish mark, maybe around 980, 985, 990 up to 10. That's area number 1 for resistance. And then area number 2 is going to be up around 1050 to 1075. 1M though, that's where, again, just 9. Now it's showing 948 as the open, so 948 now as the open. See if that holds true. If so, we stay above, good for a push up. And we are right on the dot there. I think that opened up, team. We need to hold this area. We need to hold the halt up price. We don't need to go back below. Come on, don't need to go back below. Come on here, hold that area. There we go. Hold the line, team. Hold the line. We hold that line, watch for right now. This is what now we're holding it. Watch for a quick spike to 980 right now. Watch for a quick spike to 980-ish area, 990-ish since we're holding here. Watch for a quick little spike, team. I would be looking to short. I would not be looking to go long as my point. Look for this to spike up into those areas like Alex Vaughn's looking for a short back down. Unless there's some new link out of nowhere, I'm not seeing anything. I'll just refresh just to make sure. Yeah, not seeing anything on One Life Healthcare. Nothing's team. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So just be careful going long here. If you do look to go long, I would be a quick in and out entry. Float on this too. I was like checking this out. So weird how some of these move so volatile sometimes. That's why sometimes I'm like new schmooze. The float on this is 150 mil team. The float on this is around 150 mil. That's pretty big. So, you know, the fact that it's moving this fast, this volatile, volume is not great. That, you know, that's why I tell a lot of traders sometimes don't be so keen on, well, RBCN, you know, 2.2 million. Here we go. This is the one today. This is going to go crazy. Come on, move, you know, and it doesn't do a damn thing. It just happens, team. That's why I say sometimes don't get so concentrated on one key thing when it comes to stock, you know, the stock trading area. You put too many, I always talk about, you put too many marbles in one bag and you just worry about something so specifically, you then kind of become very worrisome about it all the time. Here comes the first resistance area, team. This 980 up to 990 mark. Here's the first, and there's that pop that I was talking about, team. So here's your you know, you hold, just most 9 times out of 10 that I see the stocks that do this, we halt up on, well, anything. If they hold, I was gonna say, because sometimes it doesn't even take news. If they hold the halt up here, that's why I call it, you know, my halt strategy. You hold the halt area that you came out of, and you hold it. You can close and open candles above it, as you can see we did here. That's why I said watch for this pop up right here, team. So here comes the squeeze up to this area. Crazy mover for 100 million in float. I'd say overall, this ends up in the end, team, with this guy. It's going to be in the same boat for too long with this guy. What was the other one? And I'm waiting for this one. I'm waiting for this guy to do the same thing, LXRX. I'm honestly waiting for LXRX to get this head and shoulders at the top right here that you're starting to see a little bit more so, team. And this to finally get a little bit exhausted. I just don't see exactly, for a lot of these that matriculate all day long, I know a lot of traders are just wait. At least some are. Some are probably adding into this maybe over time. I don't do that. But one of those things where you're waiting for this to get, I would be waiting for this to get into this trend line, knowing that underneath this, it's just going to start fading off tremendously. Much more so than it is right now, is my point. You know, these short-lived shorts up top. So this is another one, in my opinion. You know, we're finally getting that from FFIE here toward the end of the day. I say end of the day, mid part of the day-ish, toward a little bit more than end part of the day as we're getting close to. Starting to get this M up top. You know, watch for a good short opportunity, as I was talking about, under this 540 area. This could really start dropping off soon. So would not be surprised if this does the same thing, especially anything that pops up out of nowhere with low volume earlier, then gets volume, doesn't usually hold typically. There goes this crack, as I talked about earlier, and this happened exactly like I talked about, which you would probably see, and you wouldn't get one of those, well, I got into a good area. That's why I said if you were in up top or anything around a 390 or above, you were still in for a good short, and exactly what was going to happen. A woof probably out of nowhere, a quick movement to where you aren't prepared to get in, and you get your move down to the, you know, this area, exactly what we talked about. Won him. Oh, won him. What do we got here, baby boy? We got to get popping soon. We got to hold the volume and pop soon. So that's just the only thing I go back to seeing these so often. Not much volume, you know, to start the day, team. This squeeze happens. This doesn't last forever, right? I mean, especially what we've seen overall with anything lately. I just would love to see something move 300-400% and then actually hold its gains and then do it again and again and again. We have very rarely do we have something spike and hold its gains, then secondly, you know, do it multiple times. Let's see here. What's the pullback area? I think, like Matt was talking about, anywhere in this area was the last good entry and is going to be the next good bounce play. So what we'll do is we'll mark this as blue as of right now. I would just be careful coming back down. You know, because this could be kind of catching a fallen knife, so to speak. Now, maybe it doesn't have one last good little hoorah in it and a good little bounce play. That, to me, would be... Now, otherwise, that's your macro pullback. You know, you're not going to... I mean, hey, let's get down 875 roll. You know, that's really cutting close and saying, why would I even do this? Because it's probably going to be really dying off by then. what I would look for is the micro pullbacks at first, and this is what you're going to be getting, building this flag. So this is what you're probably going to get, and it's the one you're going to trust for a quick move up. This one's going to be the one that you want to trust for an actual nice slow and steady move up, that we don't knife our way back down to this and we kind of matriculate a lot, kind of like what you saw earlier from this. Slowly matriculate, build like a shelf up here, and then boom, we got a 1, 2, 3 candle. Now this is a 3-minute time frame, mind you, so it took 6 minutes. It didn't take, it just didn't like straight down. It looks like it, but it's a 3-minute time frame. Even this candle, that took 3 minutes to happen. And so I think that's what you want to look for overall. You'd want to find something in that from 1M. Ascension, short. Now, again, short. Let's see here. Now, let's see here. No, what's the pullback to exit points for 1M for that? And that's it. So that would be your areas. I mean, as of right now, you're still in this bullish mode. Here, I'm going to pull this back up as well, team. I have not put this in my there we go. I would say I'm going to go with the 3-minute as of right now. Check that out. And then I'm going to go back to a 1-minute and check that back out just to see that Thanos crossover. And know that under 9, and you can already tell. And in the 1 minute, it's going to be 975. Under 975 is where this is. That's lockup area number 1, or that's pullback zone number 1, and that's dump zone number 1. To where in the 3-minute time frame, we're finding ourselves all the way down here at the 945-ish area. You've got a ways to go till we really start getting bearish. Now that's going to move up. Now, granted, over time. But then even a 5-minute time frame, that's what I'll want to move to at least next. It's down at 930. So this really doesn't start moving bearish for a minute, in my opinion. Now, usually those are a little bit tighter, and it was tighter earlier in the day with super low volume. Now there's a lot more volume moving into these plays. I say these plays, but this play. 1M. Way more volume. You just look at earlier, right? And this, we'll get back in a 3-minute. No volume at all. I mean, just nothing. We're just... Even in a 3-minute, we can just kind of fluctuate. That just shows you we probably need to move to a 5:15-ish time frame to trade this early in the day. But now we've got more volume, so we'll at least look at it in a 3, right? And know that look at this main area, and that's the congestion zone plus the halt up area. That underneath, that's where that's it. That's your main target for sure. Building one flag up top right here, team. You can tell this is building a flag right here. So I would imagine in the next, I wouldn't give it more than 10 minutes. We'll see though. I mean, I'm not that I'm doing anything with it, but I say, by 33 after is my point. You look at your clock, we're at 23 after right now. At 33 after, this is going to see its next leg up, and we're going to see a flag pop, boom, flag pop, boom, flag pop. And remember, don't forget how things come in threes, team. And we know after flag pop number 3, we could definitely be watching a nice good pullback happen. So I'm kind of like in third halt up for sure. You want to be careful after, and definitely be careful going long. And the markets we've seen recently, 1, 2, if we get a third one, that's your last long. If we get the pop over this 1020-ish mark that we're building a little resistance right now, then watch for a little resistance around that earlier we talked about earlier, that 1065, 1055, 1075, whatever you want to call it area. That's it. That's going to be the next main area of resistance that we move into. That's where you take your profit. Be careful getting in here. It's starting to show up a little bit now, and we're going to see that next area come up. Anything you want to go over, team? 5 feet with a good short opportunity here. Now making me do homemade ice cream. So now I've got FFIE and homemade ice cream tonight. Matt, I don't know if you heard that conversation, baby boy, but yeah, we went from, because it was slow. I mean, there was nothing going on there for a minute. About 30 minutes ago now, team, 35 minutes ago, there's really nothing moving. The only thing that was moving was LXRX a little bit, and that was actually moving sideways at that moment too. Yeah, got in a little homemade ice cream, because FFIE, I mean, me, anyone that knows me, food, and I just keep wanting to say PPI. I'll keep wanting to say pie. So I was thinking about maybe getting a pie. Then I was like, man, but I'd love to top it with some homemade vanilla ice cream. I was like, what? I've been wanting to get vanilla, and it was just next thing you know, we're talking about ice cream. And which helped out, because then we get some pops. We got one in to get some squeeze on them, a little squeeze mode here. Anything you want to go over, team? Here's last again. If you're just getting over here recently, don't forget part 1 was on Friday, but here is the Thanos crossover. So the Thanos crossover, probably going to be a 3-parter for sure, as I was talking about on Friday in this lesson, saying, hey, I'll do this 3 times. Once, of course, we did it on Friday. One in is done. I'm sure. I love it. That's hilarious. That's a good one. I like it. Alex Vaughn. But I did part 1 on Friday. I will do 2 parts, or 3 parts total. 2 more parts still coming up. I'll do 1 more at the end of this month when I've looked at it over and over and over and over and over and see if I want to add the 20 back to it. Because, of course, I love adding maybe 1 more step to it. Breaking down, essentially the MACD a little bit more overall, in theory for you guys and how to really look at it and use it. Although I'm just, part 1 was simplicity. We know that under the 9 with volume and certain time frame and under, signal line MACDs going down, under we go for a short. Above and above, great to go long. I'm going to break that down even further in the next one. Really put some more thought and understanding behind it, over the next, few weeks, and then boom, last Friday of this month, do that lesson, part 2. Then we'll do part 3. Most likely I'll give that then 2 months, and then do the third one closer to, say, September-ish or so. And again, the gaining and maintaining patience team, definitely a good one to watch as well. So this one was on, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. So gaining and maintaining patience. So here's this lesson, team. So go give that one a watch, thumbs up, whatever you want to give it. Dang, you suck, AK. Man, why do you always talk about food? And then, of course, my website's still doing the July 4th sale. So my website links, here those are. So if you want to go ahead over, I'll keep the sale going for another 24 hours. If you guys want to get over to do any of the live sessions trading with me, of course, I gave away some more of those on Friday, and on Thursday, I'll get those email links out later today. That way you can say, hey, here's when I want to book it. And I gave some free ones out on Friday and Thursday of last week. But yes, July 4th sale going for a little bit longer. Black Friday will be the next time I do any kind of sale like this for sure. Do them a few times a year, kind of not nearly. I don't. Deck, of course, has more sellage stuff, more stuff to sell. Essentially, I don't know. That was a new word, new Josh term, sellage. He's got more stuff to sell. So I try to do it whenever kind of he does for the most part. So he'll do little small ones here and there. I know he did a pretty decent one over the past couple weeks. One for July 4th, but then another one. I think he did one for July 4th, but I know he did one for Father's Day. Here you go, Alex Vaughn. 1M to the done M. 1M to the done M. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, so on the 1 minute time frame, D. Sarley under. 3 minute time frame, not there yet. The 9 is now almost up to the VWAP. So now we know really under the VWAP is where this is really going to get whopped. And then we go to the 5 minute time frame. Then that's where we have that 940 Sherry back into key and into play there. Alrighty. And caught up. Questions though, team? Anything you want to go over? There's the links again for anything you want. Let me know. Otherwise, I am going to be going live for probably another 30. I don't know if Matt's still in here. Matt, you going live, and I think he's going live in about 35 minutes from right now, team. So definitely the last 35 minutes with me, and then I'll be handing the keys back over to Maddie for a little afternoon commentary. Right now, I would say FFIE, BLU, LXRX, and 1M would be the top 4 stocks to watch. So I'll put those on list for you guys. 1M, FFIE, BLU, and LXRX, top 4 stocks to watch as of now in pennies. What do we got here? Since anyone short SWN from the open? Let's see. I don't know. Maybe we have some takers for SWN from the open here, team. Do we? Any takers? The Swan Song for Southwest Energy Corp. It was a nice dump polo, that's for sure. Nice pullback. Nice dump today. Watch for this U-shape overall, though. We are kind of bottoming out just a little bit right here. So back over this 585 area. Watch for a possibility for a long right there. And Queenie, I just now noticed. Unplug the cam that was plugged into the back there with her butt. There we go, back on. I was like, what happened there? Did you short it, Ascension? You know, anyone else? I know you. Anyone else? But maybe meant anyone else. But I don't know if you shorted it. Go back to LXRX. Did we get a little short NATO? Ooh, go! I'm telling you, team, this could be another one. That big time on watch 1M to become done M and LXRX. Those would be the two short opportunities. Now, the only thing about LXRX does have going for it is that this has been running since the opening bell. You know, a lot of the ones you notice that start running an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, those are the ones, you know, like recent ones of 1M, XLO. You can go, okay, I'm probably going to short this. I'm going to be careful going long. This one's, as much as I'm just looking for this backside move for you guys and to be potentially looking for it yourself for a short, this could stay bullish the rest of the day. Now, don't go try to jump in here and go short NATO on this. You know, take your short-lived shorts. Know that under certain areas we will get a little more bearish. And, of course, just going to my own charting, we'll go with LXRX. And I will say that 270-ish area is going to be pretty key. So going back to this right here, that 265 VWAP's right there. Not the moving average for the Thanos crossover. And it's about to get bearish on the signal line for the MACD. It definitely could happen. So, you know, take your shorts and scale your way out on the way down here, and you could get that overall big move, but don't hold all your marbles going, yeah, this is going to be back down to 240, you know, or 230 or whatever. Take your profit as this dwindles its way back down. We'll mark this as purple. For your main indicator line. Oh, hopefully everyone had a good 4th of July again. And Matt, safe travels. Hopefully now you're back, obviously. So you had safe travels, had a great trip. Everyone else, hopefully you grilled out or you bought some food or you whatever, but you had some food because you had some good food this weekend. You enjoyed some fun time with friends and family, some family time. We'll go with LXRX, even if you're not in the United States. I know Friday was happy Canada Day for Friday over for those Canadians. LXRX, there goes a Boston accent, was not even close to Canada there. I'll go with LXRX and 1M. Top 2 stocks to watch, at least as of right now. I think that one commercial with your whatever friend from Boston, what's his name? The guy that used to be on Saturday Night Live, that's dating Kardashian now, Kim Kardashian, and giving Pete Davidson, the beer commercial. I was thinking about it, but I couldn't tell for sure if it was going to dump. That's all right, Ascension. So that's so sometimes if you're not so, just sit out. Know that you're right. The more you see those, the more that you were right about maybe that situation scenario, that setup there, that pattern, the setup that you saw, and you were right in the end. You didn't trade it though. The more you see those, start going a little small. Go in, but go small. You know, and the more there's more successful, and it's got 60, 70+% whatever win rate, and you're doing great at it. Let's start scaling up some more, and then some more, and then some more, and then you'll be more and more comfortable trading that setup and pattern. Oh, living like Matt, man. Yeah. Hopefully you saw the stories there. I'll have to show that off, man. Making me hungry now, baby boy. I'll go ahead and... Oh, and then I did. So I got this email back, too, from... Look at this team. I'll try to get a hold of them. I may never be getting my Josh Smith official back team. Your account has been disabled for not following the Instagram community guidelines and won't be able to we won't be able to reactivate it. I mean, I want to play like Dex crying music and then give you guys the same thing and start crying. Like, huh? What? Just like Day Trade finally got his back, and I was talking to him about it, he's like by the grace, you know, like you can keep trying by the grace of God, you know, hopefully you somehow though. He's like, I was surprised I finally heard back from him. He was like, I thought I was gonna have to create another one. He literally Day Trade thought he was. Freaking son of a. I almost want to do an Instagram boycott. I wish there was another one that was just as. I guess I could just do TikTok and just say forget it. TikTok. I do have TikTok Doc. Ascension, there you go. Yeah. That's Ascension. It's kind of like where I came up with my halt strategy. Like this would have been like one of those ones on a hotter time. I would have probably traded this, especially if it did come out with news and it was a hotter time. I love these. You know, get in, come unhalts. Right. Let me open above the halt up area and then hold the halt up area. And then I didn't trade them at first, but I'd see how often they held the halt up price and then boom, and I'd be like, damn it, why didn't I trade that? Damn it, why didn't I trade that? So at first would watch, study. Watch how many times I was right on the money for the most part. You know, it was 70. It was even I was just kind of testing it. theorizing it, had a great win rate from it, from what my theory was coming up with. And then I started trading it. And so I started going in small. And then get in small or bigger, I should say, and bigger over time to where, now I know how to trade it and know when the environment to trade it and how big to go in, when to, you know what I'm saying, for the most part. So it's one of those things where, over time, like anything you do, you're going to get a little bit better at it over time. You got to put that effort in, though, for sure. Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing, and that's what I may do that, Matt. Exactly. You can get those views, and I see some people like, how did that? Yeah, those views can get racked up in a hurry on TikTok. But yeah, the real money, really, and whatever you get it from, or even the big money, kind of comes from. But yeah, either way, I just want people to kind of. What I hate about it, the main thing is not having my original. I've had that since 2000. I had that since like right after Instagram, 2012. I think was my first post, 2011 or 2012. I have posts that I don't have those pictures anymore, team. Like those are pictures I don't have on any of my, probably a lot of my phones. So not getting all that content back, like those old pictures of my dogs, like I think all the stock trading stuff that I put on there, I'm pretty sure I have that saved on my old computer, like my Mac, because I did it a lot of that on my Mac. So I think it's on my Mac, or it's not on my Mac, it's on the hard, like with the external hard drive that's on my Mac. That's what sucks, all that content, Some people that I followed, I don't remember who I followed, I followed 700 people, there was some that I went through there at times, like, I don't need to be following, like, who am I following these people? But people that I care to, like, I like, people I know is my point. They don't know my new one. It's annoying. It really hurts. That's honestly some bullshit. Sorry for the curse word, team, but that really pisses me off. Yeah, LXRX, that's why I said, team, still bull mode for right now. LXRX still bull mode, so we'll go LXRX, number 1 stock to watch. We'll go with old Onum down here as the number 2 stock to watch as of right now. And here what Matt was talking about, the little feast that I put out yesterday. Now I'm going to start doing more posts over here. I know I need to start doing more posts anyway. I'm going to start doing more posts for sure. Slowly building up the followers, which is nice. I had over like 1,100 followers in the last one, which isn't a lot. Out here grilling, here we go. This is exactly what. Look at that, the team. I mean, you name it, it's on. I say you name it, it's on there. But lots of cheeseburgers, lots of brats. We got bacon wrapped hot dog. We got normal hot dogs, bacon wrapped hot dogs, brats, bacon wrapped brats. Of course. We got McFly. He just wants the food. He's like, please, Papa, give me food. I'm waiting. Queenie wants, just like, please, just put some in my bowl already. Like, could you just give me food? And I found these 2 young fellas to help me out. Of course, Avery, I'm not going to put her, make her go light off the Big Daddy. So last night, these big guys, I had these guys help me set them off. So here we go. Here we'll watch this. This was pretty entertaining and fun. This had nice little views. I want to do this round 2. I didn't think round 1 good enough out. Round 2, I'm gonna get a drone involved. Not up there with the fireworks. It'll be kind of right in front of the Jeep. I'm gonna get a photographer, kind of lay right below my Jeep to get really cool pictures, and then to get like a slow-mo of this. A little fun last night. That put on a pretty big show there. I say pretty big show. This was the last one that was before. This was the very last one. It was like however many of them in a row that I did there. Three big guys. 3 of the big guys. LXRX. You know what I see right here, team? You know what I love doing with this right here? I'm going to start doing this more often, too, for your breakouts. This is just... Imagine if I did this and what I'd be looking at. Putting this in on the negative side. And watching for this trend line crack, trend line crack, trend line crack. Like, look at this trend line crack. Essentially, you're getting breakouts, right? So what you're doing, you're just, I'm looking at it from a short perspective, but it's a downtrend break. Look at the beautiful flag squeeze. What I love to trade are of course the shorting method of that. So I need to start just in the room up to 3 here. We do have move to 310 area for LXRX. So it's just one of those things where you see this, if just like my trend line cracks, if we can open and close and then get the movement, there you go. And it's just the same thought process, just to a different way to think about it if you want to. 1M still in squeeze mode team as well. I have no idea. I just feel like this hurts. So if you keep doing this, I'm like, I don't know. I was like, I didn't back in any Jeep last night. I didn't move into any Jeep or go face forward. This could still squeeze. So any of your shorters, watch for this on squeeze mode right here. This is still in squeeze mode right here, team. You can tell it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter where you can get squeezed. And so watch for this squeeze to come up. Now this stayed out here longer than I thought. Remember I said by 12:33 we would have made our essentially made her mind up on this, you know, in the end. This actually has not made its mind up. I'm honestly surprised. And it's moved out for about a good solid 20, almost 30 minutes. They're literally 30 minutes now from 20 after, or 20 minutes now from 20 after to 40 after. And so we've been in this essential channel, and you can tell 995-ish, 990 is that bottom area with these bottom wicks around 975 and the VWAP there. That's when we get bearish. Close and open candles below 990, and then especially under this lower shadow VWAP area. Yep, I'm sure. Hey, you know, Alex, I know you're good. You know, you and Matt, your things. You know, it's like I'm not even talking to you. The only time I'm talking to you is when I'm like, hey, how's Kieran doing? How's Kieran doing today? Or, hey, Alex, here's who you remind me of. Team, tell me this. Boom goes the dynamite. Or I'm like, hey, living like Matt. Did you enjoy your? Yeah, see, this is exactly. This is our boy, AV. This is Alex Vaughn team. If no one actually knows, this is Alex Vaughn back in when he was in his college days. So, which was about 20 years ago. This is Alex Vaughn back in the day team. Great sports reporter. I think that was his first career like mine. He was a sports reporter. Let's go back to Alex up in Ohio, local high school here. What do you got to say here, Alex?
Later, he hits the rebound, passes it to the man, shoots it, and boom goes the dynamite. Okay, great. Thanks a lot for that look into sports, Brian. Yeah. And...
Oh, Brian. Oh, that's Brian. My bad. It's Brian. Oh, that was... Brian. The name you go by now. Boom goes the dot. Now, Alex, honestly, that was you. That would be hilarious. If his name was Alex, my mouth would have just dropped, team. You would have seen a true mouth drop from AK. I'd have been like, I was kidding, but I didn't know that till now. And Alex, why didn't you tell us? You're so popular. 275 team. Watch for this shelf crack under the VWAP. So we have two VWAPs in play as of right now. You can tell the VWAP for 1M and the VWAP for LXRX doing pretty nice, holding it up as of right now. Man, you know what I'm pumped about, team? You know what I'm pumped about? Well, I almost gave another one. This would be one of those ones where I'd say this is because I'm kind of reverting back to where Deck did this for a while. The fun giveaways where it's, you know, just goofy questions. I was gonna say, what am I so pumped about? Fill in the blank. ... What do you think I was almost gonna say there? But we'll let that one slide. I think everyone knows I'm excited about. Besides, boom goes the dynamite. Any questions, team? Anything you want to go over? Living like Matt, it's so funny when I say that. I just feel like when I'm calling you AK, I just need to call you Matt. You know, it's like if someone calls me AK. I know people call me AK. I'm like, just call me Josh. But Matt will be going live, team. So of course you see him in the chat. He is back from his trip. Hopefully, Matt, it was amazing. Yeah, obviously had safe travels. You got to see beautiful parts of Europe that I would love to get to. I haven't been a really, a flight over probably 3.5 hours in my life. So, man, kudos to you. That's the one thing that I have, because I want to see this world so bad. I want to go. There's so many places that I want to go to, and I'll probably make probably do a trip of it. You know, I want to make a lot of money. And I'll just do it once because I don't want to do it multiple times. So I'll do like Europe, and then probably even a little bit because I do want to see some parts of Africa as well. So I'll probably do that once. Do Australia / anything over in that area around Australia and the beautiful islands over there once, and make literally like a month out of it. Well, at least the Europe Africa one. I want to see so much in literally all over Europe. Africa, the main thing there. I love Egypt. Would just be just gorgeous to go. So I'd love to go to South Africa and then go out and get in a cage with some great whites out in the ocean there. Awesome, good, Matt. Exactly. Living the dream, baby boy. Your age, doing that. 100% take advantage. I mean, I'm just gonna wait till I'm a little bit older and a little less thinky in the head, and I made a lot of good money. And that's the thing too. I'd have to make it more intervally now, and I couldn't go like say to start off with. Go to your UK, Ireland, and, maybe go to Spain or, of course, definitely Italy and France. There's areas you got to hit up there. Make my, then, you know what I mean? That's all one trip at a time almost, or I'd rather just do it, almost go over there for a month and get all that kind of stuff in. Love to get out if we could, get out on the Autobahn. Or, like, get a car and go 170 miles an hour for fun. but yeah, I definitely would love to make a big month-long trip of that. So jealous of you. Even just, again, you're doing it while you're young, have the money to do it. The small little trips, 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there. Love that, man. Yeah, Greek islands, see, that's, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's just so much to see, you know, in Europe alone, I know. That's why I want to go for a month. Couple days here, 3 days there, couple days here, maybe 4 days there. I love you, son. Son, you're living the life I dreamed for you to dream, you know, and to live. You know, you're living it. I said, son, you can go to the moon. You can go to the moon. Now, you may not quite get there. As long as you land in the, you know, just somewhere in the sky. Just get in the sky somewhere. You're doing great, Matt, for sure. Wait for this little, if you're looking for, you know, your overall bearish movement back down, we know under this VWAP and 375 team, that's where we're going to get a little bit more bearish. As of right now, we have sideways movement from 1M, dead volume, and still squeeze mode opportunity. So just watching 1M for any possible movement here over the next 20, 30 minutes or so while I kind of close down lunch commentary. Yeah, nice, yeah. Yeah, AV, I always wanted to go just because of Autobahn, but yeah, I would want to go to, I've hit the one up, you know, I want to go to Vegas, but there's a couple of different ones where you can go, a couple of tracks you can do, and courses you can do in certain places where you can take those out in certain areas and just blister like a track or something, which I really want to do. Okay. I'm not gonna do all fly on the wall. I'm gonna do all 40 countries, baby boy. I'll probably only do like 3 or 4 countries. I can't do all that flying. I can't stand flying. Unless they, you know, literally I literally do get the AK47 the AK747, and I just turn the 747 into my own massive, you know, just tunnel of fun. That's what I'd call it, the tunnel of fun. I got putt. I got you can do anything on my jet. I can't stand flying though, so I'd probably do, you know, I'd definitely go to UK. You know, who doesn't want to go hit up, you know, like go to Paris? You know, there'll be some certain places I've got to go to, and then I'll probably end off with Egypt and seeing the Great Pyramids, 100%. Yeah, fly on the wall 3 months, man. Imagine that cost too in this day and age. Whew. Yeah, I could do the RV. Could do that too. I'll just be one to just kind of hop, skip, and jump over some of that stuff. I'll be like, I saw that in a book. That's cool. I can Google it. There's some stuff I want to see. Some stuff that I'm just not too worried about seeing. Like everyone, you know, see what you want to go see. Like stock market, you want to be a breakout trader, you want to dip buyer, and you want to be a short. What kind of shorter are you? You know what I mean? So it's just, that's the beauty. And that's why I'm glad Matt being young and taking, you know, taking those trips when he's younger, jeez, and having the money to. Love it. Been using the Thanos crossover today, as you mentioned, and so far it's been. Look at you, G Daddy. You're welcome. You are so welcome. I love it though, man. Beautiful, easy stuff. That Thanos crossover team is really. Once I get it down a little bit more and tweak that a little bit more, team, I'm telling you that Thanos crossover is going to be money. And especially here on the LXRX, watch this in a 5-minute time frame, team. And this gets under this area in the VWAP. It has not been under today. This could be a good short coming up for LXRX. PPIE, not PPIE. There, and there I go. Finally, even just said it. And I meant to say 1M, and I still just have pie on my head. So I probably am going to get a pie to go with that homemade ice cream. But 1M team, 1M. Watch this over 1030 for a straight shot and kind of a explosion, that squeeze up to the mid to higher 10.5, 10.7 area, essentially. But yeah, fly on the wall. I'll probably do that for some of the trip, but you can't. I mean, I can't fly from like UK to France. You know, that would. I mean, or I can't do an RV. You know, so some I can't do an RV back over to Egypt. So some of it I'll do. You know, but some of it I'll have to fly. But yeah, I'll definitely want to do that that'll probably be like a week of it. That'll be like glamping backpacks. You know, they call it backpacking across whatever, you know, which a lot of people do, backpack across Europe. You know, that'll be my way to backpack across Europe. I will get in an RV and I'll be glamping and slowly making my way through the areas that I want to see, that I don't want to have to like hop, skip, and jump over. The ones that I really want to like dive in, You know, and I'm glad. I'm sure you have those over there. I've never looked this up, but I'm sure you'll have obviously camping sites all over there, right? Like as in, like here in the USA, there's just RV camping sites everywhere you turn. Therefore, a lot seemed like it was out of control. Of course, now I'm sure some of those, you know, I've noticed that some of the older ones aren't open anymore. But point being, there's just rest stop after rest stop, you know, camping site after camping site, RVing site after RVing site, especially how much history you guys have over there. I'd say Europe, you know, I say Europe, but UK, you know, would love to do that for sure. You know, going over to UK, travel around there, get like something. To travel around in, not like a little, what would it be? Mr. Bean, like a Mr. Bean car. That's not happening. But yeah, going over to like say, you know, Britain and driving around essentially. England. Does anyone even call it Britain anymore? Great Britain. There's an old school term. Then maybe kind of going over to Ireland because Ireland's super pretty and old school, you know. But yeah, like that's what I was like. What is it, Wales? And I was like, what's also attached to you guys over in England itself? Is Scotland and Wales. So that's where, you know, you go to fly into like say London, have a day or two in London, then boom, go just start just traveling all over. Get something like you're talking about to just have fun. And I guess France, there probably is a bridge there. Probably France. What is? I have not looked at that. I bet there's probably. Is there a bridge? There's got to be a bridge. Is there a bridge from UK to France? We're getting a little geography lesson in today. Is there a bridge from UK to France? Fly on the wall. Or a tunnel. That's right. That's right. Tunnel. The tunnel. The tunnels. The tunnels. That's what they are. Those crazy tunnels you don't want to be trapped in that I think I've seen in movies that are just like, oh my God. And I'd be scared about getting, yeah. The channel train. There we go. The channel. Exactly. There we go. That was like, what is there? I know there's something. The Eurotunnel. No bridge. Okay, yeah. No bridge. I was like, is there a bridge or tunnel? Gotcha. That's right. I remember now because I remember I've seen those I've seen it in movies. Or something. I don't know if it's been those, but definitely something similar to those. Thank you. See, there you go, guys. Gotcha. See, I cannot wait. That'll be something I do. I'll be a month, many years from now. You know, I cannot. Again, the flight. Now, if the Concorde ever comes back, now if we ever get something like the Concorde again, which I'm surprised, and since you guys are probably over, being maybe even a little older than me, and that was when those been a while since those have been essentially extinguished. But the Concorde. I know I don't care about flight. I know it was only like 2 or 3 hours. It was not a long flight, which, oh my gosh, you cannot imagine. 3 hours and boom, you're over there. But why? Was it too pricey? No one was really taking them anymore? What was the reason why the Concorde went away? I'm really kind of intrigued about this because I'm really annoyed with why. I mean, I know I can just Google it, but like, why exactly again? Like, who would not want a 3 hour? I mean, I guess maybe the flight, unless prices were just astronomical. Oh, yeah. The UK is a mess right now. Hell, the UK is a mess right now. Imagine the United States right now. I mean, the United States, my gosh. Not doing so hot over here ourselves, my friends. All right. Oh, here we go. Gonna pull this one up. LXRX team, we're getting super close right here, team. And I don't know why exactly is what's going on. And I just noticed this, team. Have you guys noticed how Trade Ideas just shut off there at 12:48? So Trade Ideas team. I'm telling you, now I've talked about this with a lot of traders. I may move on from Trade Ideas. This is getting pretty ridiculous, but Trade Ideas is not low. Look, this is the last high of day right here. So at 50 after something recently, because I just now noticed LXRX. Now, of course, you know, I only use this for you guys. For that's the breakout scan is a high, and especially in the morning when I go live, so you guys we can catch this. The halt scanner. I do like the scanners. I just don't like how it freezes every once in a while. And it's slow. The charting's so slow. You know me. I'm using Thinkorswim all day, every day for charting. And that's why I started going, ooh, ah, ee, or whatever that song was. Ooh, ah. I don't know how that song went by. Wada, wada, bing, bang. How that song went. But this, under the 19, finally, are we finally going to become bearish today and actually get under on the 9 and the MACD start crossing over to the bearish side, team? Super expensive to operate. Thank you. Yeah, and then I remember the crash fly on the wall. I just didn't know if that really, I was like, did that really hurt it? I just figured the world, yes, can anyone see the new Concorde? Okay, there we go, Kadoble. See, and I'm not flying for another 20 years. Boom, okay, and I'm like, why aren't we, yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, now we're talking supersonic speeds are here. I mean, are you kidding me? Oh, and it's done through United? Boom, okay. Oh, these are already going right here. You can already get the Los Angeles. Okay. Oh, no, it's showing you. Okay, so it's showing you. It says Tokyo to Seattle. Essentially, it's just going to be half the time. So I can go, and that's, hey, I can do that. L.A. to Sydney, so I can get to Australia in 8.5 hours, over 14.5. I'm paying for it. I'm going to pay for it. So thank you, Cadobo. And see, I'm not, traveling for another, at least I'm thinking at least 5 to 10 years, So I'm thinking 5 to 10 years down the line. Hopefully that's a done deal. It's all day, every day. That's what I thought it was, the D-Star. I thought it was the Witch Doctor, that old school song. Thank you, Sniz. Yeah, I forgot how it went, though. That's right. They went to the Witch Doctor, something, that's what he said. I don't remember. I forgot how it went. But yes, exactly. I do remember that, though. Also, they made new laws restricting supersonic travel, so they had to demodulate speeds in different areas. Gotcha. And you can tell, I guess they're modulating that or doing something different, at least allowing that with that. Thank you, D-Starly, putting that, not D-Starly, but Cadobo putting that in chat with the kind of like the new Concorde, which I'm like, yeah, it's 2020. I mean, once everything kind of gets leveled off here with the overall market, which we were kind of due for this, and get back to corrected, say get back to something similar to 2010 to 2018-ish, 19, get back to normalcy, somewhat more to the new, whatever the newest normal will be, and the flights are normal back to I don't think anything like prices have gone crazy with traveling. It's just gas has gone up and all that kind of stuff. And if that, when that does come into like anything, it's going to be a new thing, so it's going to cost a lot more at first, say, than 5-10 years down the line, where the price, of course, demand goes up, so the price will go down. So that's my goal, 10 years from now, team. Awesome. And then Three Top Job, thank you. Yeah, so United has ordered the Boom Supersonic. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's sweet to see. That's pretty nice to see. SpaceX will be doing the same. That would be epic. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I thought. Like SpaceX, Tesla, Amazon, one of those guys getting involved. Not that it has to be, because I think I saw SpaceX they're trying to get rid of or whatever, and Tesla getting rid of Elon. But regardless, SpaceX, whatever the one Amazon has, and what's his face, Jeff Bezos, I think doesn't he have one too? It's kind of like SpaceX, but yeah, come on, let's make these flights. And could we make these small tubes a little bit bigger? The only thing I argue with being a guy that's 6'3", no matter the weight, 6'3" is you get tall on these things, team. That's it. I don't care. Come on, put some wider seats in there and definitely make it taller because I feel like I'm cramped. Jiminy crickets there. I want some space. At what point do you enter short on LXRX? So the short for the Thanos crossover would be right now, in my opinion. Has already happened in the 3-minute time frame, and now it's happened in the 5-minute time frame. And so it would have been anything under the VWAP. I kept talking about that clutch trade. So anything now would be still fine for the movement back. This is it. When we get below this little shelf that was built right here, the double shelf, tops at 260, the bottom area is at 250. This is going to start collapsing. That's when I say the backside, as Matt talks about, which he's about to be going live soon. Going to talk about more of that backside movement on plays. That's where that starts coming into play. Any questions, team? Anything else you want to go over? I'll go live here for at least another 10-15 minutes. I know Matt's now going live as well. But that's pretty sweet. I'll click the link so everyone can see it there. 1M, finally. Finally, there's the news on 1M. And I knew that would come out at some point in time. And that finally just came out after I got done looking for it earlier. So thank you, D-Sarly, for that. So, of course, we've seen these so much during lunch hours, team, over the past 2 months. This report of takeover interest. And we see stock spike. I'd say less than 25% have held their gain, so just understand that. Secondly, if anyone didn't click on it, I'm telling you, and you can tell, boom, Supersonic. Supersonic is here, and you can tell how fast I guess you're going to play. You can click on this if you want more information. But then here we go. You can tell United, which that's a pretty cool looking plane. Nice little plane there. I like how it's designed. Looks pretty tight. Old school. It's the bomb. But yeah, and then it shows you how fast you can get to some of these areas. You can just kind of click through them. I mean, Boston, I can be in Madrid in 3.5 hours. Essentially, you can tell either way, wherever you're going somewhere over in Europe, essentially for the most part, you're getting there in 3.5 hours now. This is the one thing I always love seeing stuff like this because of my mind. So usually it's 7.5, 3.5, usually 6.5. But why is this one so much faster, 4 hours shorter? This one's only 3 hours shorter. I want to ask them about that. But nice. This is really cool. Like to see this. Actually won an award so far too. So this must, I'd like to look up more of this. This must be really have been put into use, and kind of like, you know, we talked about stock trading terms and PRs, you know, phase 1, phase 2, we're already through phase 3. This is out here being, you know, it's about to be used now, team. So that's pretty cool. It's all right, Cadobo. I'll go in there and delete that for you. That's all right. That's hilarious. That was a ticker. Active Trader, how you doing? Any last questions, though? Anything, team? Hit me up right now. I will put these in chat one last time, team. The last 12-ish hours or so, you know, pretty much this afternoon, if you want to book those morning sessions with me, which I'll open them up the last week of each month. So I'll do that later this month, where the very last week of July, the very last week of August, I will have 3 days open in those weeks for you guys to come over and book anytime you want during the day, except lunch hour commentary. So I'll have the whole day open for you to come over and trade live with me. Or, of course, just like you can any day now, go over trades. You want to track stuff, you know, go kind of push you on maybe a different game plan. Say, hey, here's what we're, you know, it's really key really to look at things from the first 10, 15 minutes, especially if it's your first time session, and going over what you do as a trader. And I'll just listen to you, just ask questions and listen to you, then really try to alter the next 45 minutes. And of course, a lot of the time we go longer, of where to really dive in the rest of that next 45 minutes. Usually a lot of the time, and that's fine. You may just have, you just want to ask me a ton of stuff after I ask you. And sometimes it's only 5-10 minutes, especially if that's what you want to do. And I can tell, like, hey, do you just want to go over stuff? Are you really want to learn today? What do you want, you know, get out of this really essentially? In the end, I can kind of get that out of the first 5, 10, 15 minutes. And sometimes traders just, they have, you know, 4, 5, 6 questions they want to ask me and just reel off, what about this? What about this? And that's fine. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do in those sessions. Sometimes just vent. You just want to open up and say, man, I've been sucking late. You know, you just want to talk to someone about it. Not many people, there's not a lot of people out there. And I think we all know that. Being in chat, it's why we come to this chat room every day. There's not a lot of us out there to go vent to or talk to about stock trading. So whatever you want to do, that's what I'm here for the most part. I want to let you guys know that I'm here each and every day for as best as I can to help you grow as a trader. Speaking of, last week 2 lessons. Gaining and maintaining patience, team. Pays off to be patient. That's right, patience with a Y, because it does pay off to be patient, team. So go watch that. If you're struggling with your patience and how to even get it, maybe overall, maybe you've lost it, you did have it, you don't have it anymore. Definitely go watch that. It's definitely a crucial lesson. And then my last one here, team, the Thanos crossover, part 1. There is the lesson from last Friday. Did that on Friday, team. A good 25-minute dive-in lesson for that Thanos crossover, which I know a lot of traders. G-Daddy even coming in over just a little bit, telling me he's using it today. I'm guessing since maybe G-Daddy, if you're still in chat, you just started using it from Friday. The first Friday was maybe the first time you heard about it or really learned about it and started using it today for the first time. It's so amazing. And then, of course, Sniz. I know Sniz, you seem to be using it daily. I know a lot of traders are starting to use it. D. Sarley's starting to look at it more. You guys are really starting to look at that, and I love it. Love it, love it, love it. And then I'll say top 4 stocks to watch. Top 4 stocks to watch into afternoon. We'll go with my Pi Play FFIE 1M. We'll go with Blue. We'll go with LR or LXRX. And those would be the top 4 I'd be looking at. Need the hammer on 1M. All right, let's go out with the hammer here, team. So let's go over to 1M here. And put in a good hammer. Let's put in the hammer. First, we got to do a couple different things here. We have to go to bookmarks. And come in all the way down here to the jackhammer. We go to the jackhammer first. Make sure it's going. We'll make sure it's going. Yep, got that going. Got the city noise working and twerking. Working and twerking the city noise. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to play this song right here, team. And when you're working these 2 songs, well, there's only one thing else left to do. Come here, boy. Ha! Huh! Hey! Ah! Come here! Come here now, boy. Ha! Ha! Come here! Ah! Ha! 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 Oh, boy. It's time to get... Well, it's gonna be a tough one today. Yeah. It's hot out. It's really hot. It's really hot. Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on. It's a tough day in the city. That's the road. There's another one. There we got some more going on there. There's some more hammering.
Hello. I'm Mr. Ed.
And then you end with that. There you go. Hopefully that helps out right there. We'll just keep that right there for you, AV. Yeah, right. We're so close. We are literally so close to cracking. Let's see. If locates are really cheap, doesn't that mean that you don't want to short because everyone else will be shorting it? No. Clutch trades, no. That's not no. I mean, that did mean this. No, I would not say that's usually the case for sure. I mean, we want short. I mean, unless you want to pay a lot of money, Clutch, which no one wants to. That's just the determination of how many shares are out there, usually, for the most part, of how expensive those are, you know. And they may have a lot of them. Sometimes they have, for whatever reason, they just have a ton of them. You know, they just have a reservoir of shorts. Everyone wants the hammer. Now I need the hammer on LXRX. Okay, so we got LXRX. We'll go back to LXRX real quickly. Oh, yeah, we're same thing, right? You want this hammer right here, team. You want this hammer. You know, you got to come in, swing her around. I mean, these hammers are just good. I mean, geez, that's a long hammer. So we come in right here, get that there. This guy goes here. This does that. This goes red. This does that. And then you just kind of come in here and, you know, you're bored. A little slower right now, and you just hammer that thing down. We'll put it right here. We'll say you can't get back above that. The hammer sound was in the background. You probably just couldn't hear it because of the maybe Bonanza noise. I should have turned down Bonanza. So I should have turned down Bonanza. Here, I'll play it, which is so funny. I meant to play this one. So they have 3 different Goldberg sounds, team. This are Goldberg. I just gave it away. They have 3 different hammer sounds. Look, jackhammer. Look what other jackhammer sound they have. And then here's the one I was trying to play. What do they got? Goldberg in there. J-Bar, AK47. So I've missed some of your shelf lessons and trying to figure it out. Would you consider LXRX to be on a shelf right now? Yes, 100%. So this little shelf right there, 100%, baby boy. We are coming down and hitting right upper shadow. I bet it's and it is 266 is this upper shadow. These lower shadows are hitting 266 on the dot. Oh yeah, Macho Man. Now wrestling's coming out. Jeez, I gotta make some homemade ice cream, team. Any last questions, comments, concerns, anything else? You make a better sound. I make a better sound. Awesome. I'll start doing my own sounds then, Super Buddy, since I'm glad you like them. And then awesome Sniz, I saw you come in there with that Thanos right there. Yes, I'm telling you, that Thanos crossover is money. All right, team. Thank you for coming over. Seriously, another great day here for going live. Back to it. Of course, the last 3-day weekend we'll have for a while. This is a shorter week. I mean, it'll be Friday before we know it. I think a lot of you know how fast these weeks roll on by. So just get ready for the stock market to slowly maybe heat back up. Today, a little bit slower day. Overall, team. Granted, it is a 3-day, was a slower day to end the week off. Then we had also had a 3-day weekend. So slower, you know, Thursday, Friday a little bit for the most part. Then, of course, Friday, we head into a 3-day weekend on top of that. So today, usually generically, unless we're already in a hot time frame, this is usually what we get for the most part out of a 3-day weekend. Hadoble, all good, boss. You can always rewind if you want to, baby boys and girls. Again, if y'all ever just come on over and y'all press play, you know, just right here, press this, you can rewind it, or always you can click that YouTube button, and it will open over in YouTube, and you can watch it over in YouTube as well. Friends, thank you so much for coming on over. Friends, families, Super Buddy, Miss Boss, I saw you just there typing. J-Bar, Fly on the Wall, Alex Vaughn, Sniz, Clutch Trades. You know, it's the roll call. It's the roll call. Kadobo for coming over, even though too little, never too late. Treetop Josh for filming me in there as well. Living Like Mad, Ascension, Sniz, D. Sarley, Love Chip. There he is coming on over there. Thank you guys for coming on over. BG Gure, Hanish for filling me in a little bit of knowledge. G Daddy coming on over. Prince coming on over. Guys, thank y'all so much. Have a good rest of your day. Of course, go hang out with Matt. He'll probably maybe, I'm sure being that he's being on for 2 weeks, look to probably get a trade in. He's a hungry kid. That's what I teach him to be. I'm more the relaxed dad, so he's more the hungry tiger that wants to get after it. So I'd imagine maybe you can look to get a trade in with Living Like Matt. See you all tomorrow morning. There's Rockin' TJ. Always J Bar here to help you out. D Sarley. Nate Trades. There's Nate. God, Nate. So Nate, there's this place in Dallas. It's called Nate's. God, it's so freaking good. It's Nate's Seafood and Steaks or something like that. Dude, you got some good food, bro. It's freaking good. Lord, it's so money. J Bar, fly on the wall. Thank you so much for coming on over. Alex Vaughn, AV, as always. Team, have a good rest of your day. See you back here for some morning commentary tomorrow. So get ready for some morning commentary tomorrow. I'll see you back here in the morning. That's about it. I think I've got everything off. Anything else off the chest? That's coming tomorrow morning. That's right. Tomorrow, y'all want to see me eat it? It's going to happen. Homemade ice cream team. Hope I didn't say that too loud. I was going to need a surprise. Hopefully she can't even hear me. She's probably not paying attention. Homemade ice cream. That's coming up later tonight. Follow me on Instagram. I'll post that link here in a minute too. My YouTube, my Instagram, so you can go over and follow me. Anything from stories to stuff on stocks. Tons of videos and lessons over on my YouTube. Fly on the wall. Philip. Always an honor hanging out with you guys. Have a good rest of your day, team. See you back here tomorrow morning. I'll be around here this afternoon, honestly, as well. So you'll still see me for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, as I do have a session coming up here in just a few. See you all back here tomorrow morning overall, though, on FaceWise, team. You may get an alert from me here and there. Maybe go to Matt's lobby for just a minute. Like I said, say hi to my son. Super Buddy. That's right. She's already beaten me to it. Berg Dog. Everyone knows what to do. Super Buddy, Philip, Fly on the Wall, Nate Trades, Miss Boss, everyone. Let's hit it with 3, 2, 1. Big ring! See you all back here tomorrow for some more fun. Have a good one, team.
It's the same old thing, since 1960. In your head, they're still fighting with their times and they're gone, and they're gone, and they're gone. In your head, they are not yet. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. It's in your your
didn't matter. I had to go.